Test 1, 2, 1, 2.
Là aujourd'hui on n'aura pas forcément le temps de l'ISA. Demain je pense qu'on fera les tests avec elle. Je pense que l'idée c'est d'envoyer un mail, voilà, parce qu'à mon avis le décalage horaire, le temps qu'ils prennent l'info et... Ok, oui, ok, merci. Bon, pour info on est déjà en stream. Donc là voilà, là actuellement sur YouTube ils voient ça. Donc les tests visio, vidéo et audio et... Ok, et après la vidéo elle reste sur la page YouTube. Alors en fait de base ça s'enregistre directement sur YouTube. Nous on fait le montage. Ouais. On fait des avoir entre deux, etc. C'est un peu ça, c'est que là concrètement ça va rester. Mais ce soir en gros il y aura les 10 heures de rush de la journée. Et du coup après vous la remontez nous on va découper, ouais. Ok, on va découper en fonction. En fait c'est parce que Nation pose la question, parce qu'il y a des gens qui sont forcément avec des décalages horaires et qui ne peuvent pas suivre. Il y a beaucoup, on a une dizaine de nations qui veulent regarder le truc, mais pas forcément en live. Oui. Ok. Et après, c'est pour remettre après. Ouais. Parce que là, si on laisse toute la journée, les gens ils vont pas regarder 10 heures. Ouais, c'est ça. Avec ça, on va les fonctionner avec ok, super. Merci pour le. Pour venir d'autres. Mon capitaine
T'as le mot du général et après t'as le général Adam du coup qui va intervenir.
Mais tu vois, moi je vais pas rester.
Bah oui, mais moi aussi, mais je vais pas rester.
Toi, tu es où toi?
Moi, je vais me mettre là.
Ça va?
Salut,
Ça va?
Non, moi je vais me mettre là. Oui, on va rentrer. Oui,
j'ai pris une baisse d'inscrits.
Ouais, ouais. Mais après, ouais, non, du coup, comme ça, tout est. Je pense que tout est bon.
En fait, tu rentres plus tôt. Tu rentres plus tôt, toi.
Oui, oui, oui. Sinon, je passe à 8h30.
Good morning, everyone. Please, at rest for the military guys, and you can be seated for the rest. So, sir, dear guests and cadets from allied countries, dear guests from space institutions and industry, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and a privilege for me to welcome you at the French Air and Space Force Academy for this 2025 Space and Defense Seminar. It is the 5th edition of this seminar, and it's getting more and more important, so we are very happy to see this dynamic, and we hope it will continue this way for our future editions. Some of our guests may not be in the room, but they are connected because we are going live on YouTube at this time. So if you are watching us through the net, I hope that the connection is okay, and that we are very happy again to share this moment with you. With us here in Salon, or with the connected academies, there should be more than 25 different nations from almost all the continents attending this seminar, just to give you a hint of our audience. Here at Salon, as an academy, we are in charge of the initial training of our cadets. The tricky part is that we don't know, for most of these cadets, which one among them will serve in space operations. So we must make sure that they all have the minimum knowledge to tackle a future position in an operational unit or in a staff in connection with space operations. So this seminar is primarily dedicated to our junior cadets, and I hope it will be valuable for all of our youngest audience. What do we expect from these future officers regarding space domain? We want them to understand what is at stake when we are given the mission to secure space systems in an increasingly contested and congested environment. We want them to understand the growing role of commercial actors and the consequences of new space on defense postures. We will have guests from the US Space Command, and I think they have a lot of things to teach us in this area. We also want our cadets to understand the need for resilience, responsiveness, and strategic autonomy in military space operations. We want to prepare them to operate in a multi-domain battle space. Outer space being, of course, the main concern, but it will be also, they will also have to deal with events in high-altitude operations, cyber, and information domains. So in order to do this, this seminar will include academic lectures, operational feedback. We will have very distinguished guests, but we will also play a serious game called Diamant X, Diamond in French. We are very proud of it, as it has been designed and produced here at the Academy. We take the opportunity of every SPAD seminar to improve it, so any comments you may have on any topics will be most useful to help us improve this game. I will not elaborate on today's strategic environment. I'm sure you will hear a lot about it during this seminar. It is enough to remind you what space operations mean in Ukraine or in the Middle East. A few final remarks before switching to the first lecture. There are two nations which are leading space operation right now, obviously US and China. And being here today as US, or we don't have any Chinese cadets though, but you will have the opportunity to talk with US cadets. But for all the rest of the nations here, including our allies, either from Europe or other countries, it's good for us and for you to discuss about what does military space operation and military space power stands for as the nation that you may represent. It's also, of course, for our for the European cadets, a way to understand, or a moment, once again, to discuss what, for you, Europe should do in this field of space operations. Soon we will have the Bourget International Air Show in just a few days. So once again, this is for all of you. If you have the opportunity to go to this air show, you will meet again some of our guests here, some of our organization. So you will see in a different environment what means and what communication is made at the political and industrial level about all these space operations. I would like especially to thank our first speaker, Major General Philippe Adam. He is the chief of the French Space Command. And I just wanted to underline that we share with him a common stake in education and training about operational space issues. And along with the French Space Command, and also with another college in Toulouse, which is the French Superior Institute for Aerospace, we have a common organization called the Space Defense Academy, in order to offer the different syllabus that we can offer in English for our own student, cadets, or more senior officers. So for you guys from other nations, if you have any questions, or if you want to have some more dedicated training or formation for your future space operation, don't hesitate to contact us about this. So I will be very happy to see you again on Wednesday. I will try to attend as much as conferences as possible, but won't be possible to be here for all of them. So I'll be happy to see you on Wednesday anyway. And in the meantime, I wish you a very good SPAD seminar. Thank you for your attention.
General officers, non-commissioned members, and civilians. Today we have the honor of welcoming the Major General Philippe Adam from the French Space Command, who will present us the vision of the French Space Command on space operations and security. Before I give you the floor, General, let me introduce you to your audience. After being graduated engineer from the École Polytechnique, you joined the Air Force in 1988. You then began your fighter pilot training. Awarded with your fighter pilot wings in 1990, you held various responsibilities in operational units on Mirage 2000C within the 112 Cambrésis Squadron, and then as flight commander in the 212 Picardie Squadron. Qualified as a test pilot in 1996, you were assigned to the French Flight Test Center in Istres, where you became chief test pilot in 1999. After graduating from the French Joint War College in 2001, you came back to your previous responsibilities at the Flight Test Center in Istres. In 2003, you were assigned as operational advisor at the United Arab Emirates Flight Test Center. Back in France, in 2006, you served 2 years in the Capability Office of the Air Force Staff in Paris, in charge of the Deterrence and Combat Division. From 2008 to 2010, you took command of the Istres Air Base, covering a major milestone with the commissioning of the ASMPA nuclear weapon system. After attending the National War College in Washington, D.C. in 2010 to 2011, you joined the NATO International Military Staff in Brussels as Deputy Chief of the Air and Ballistic Missile Defense Branch. In 2013, you were appointed Deputy Director of the Euro-Atlantic branch at the French Delegation for Strategic Affairs, in charge of supporting the Defense Minister for bilateral and multilateral meetings. From 2015 to 2017, you were assigned to the Air Defense and Air Operations Command at Lyon-Montverdun Air Base, as commander of the National Air Operation Center. Promoted to Brigadier General in 2017, you then took command of the Air Operation Brigade, still at Lyon-Montverdun Air Base. On summer 2018, you were appointed Deputy Joint Force Commander of the Barkhane operation in N'Djamena, Chad. In 2019, you took command of the French Air Warfare Center in Mont-de-Marsan. You supervised the entry into service of the French Armed Reaper and of the F-3 Air Standard of the Rafale. In 2020, you were appointed Chief of the Future Capabilities Division of the Joint Staff. Finally, you took command of the French Space Command on July 1st, 2022. General, I respectfully yield the floor to you. Again, we thank you for your presence.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant. Very nice words. Each time I hear this kind of thing, I have the feeling I'm dead. And this is getting longer and longer, but I'm reaching the end. But after 40 years in uniform and 37 years in the Air Force, of course, it's just what you deserve. So think carefully before you start a career. That's how you end. Yes, it's the summary of a career that ends in space, so from the bottom to infinity, if you want to put it like that way. Generals, colleagues and friends, I'm really glad to stand in front of you this morning to speak a little bit about something that is obviously dear to my heart, but also is really something we need to worry about for the future. It encapsulates many changes in many directions. So here I'm engaged, in fact, to show you exactly where we are in thinking about what has changed and what we need to change for the future still. Are we ready? Probably not completely. Do we realize what's happening? Certainly, but then the road is still ahead of us. The introduction, of course, and the setting up of space within the air and space business is something interesting. And the mention, it has already mentioned by General Real, of course. I was really interested to see that caption of the ASD appearing on the slides now. And that's something that's also something to change, of course, and to make sure that the training, which is something really important if we want really to make those changes happen, goes through education and also training, but that will come later in my presentation, of course. First of all, can I call up the slides? That should be somewhere here, or do I have to do it myself? That should appear. I need a little bit of help. When the slideshow is up, I can manage it, but better not break anything yet. Ah oui, on commence par les vidéos peut-être. Okay.
L'exercice AsterX est l'exercice d'entraînement du commandant de l'espace, d'entraînement des unités tactiques du commandant de l'espace. Cette année, nous sommes à la 5e édition et cette année encore, ça reste un exercice qui est unique en Europe et c'est donc le seul exercice d'entraînement aux opérations spatiales militaires en Europe. Donc il est extrêmement important pour nous, pour entraîner nos opérateurs, également pour les liens qu'on tisse avec nos partenaires. L'année dernière, on avait 150 personnes sur le floor, on est à 170 cette année. On a une participation de 25 joueurs étrangers. Sur ce genre d'exercice où il y a quand même beaucoup d'événements spatiaux qui se produisent, le temps est notre pire ennemi, donc c'est extrêmement rythmé. On a un mass brief qui est à 8h45 où là, on permet à tous les joueurs d'avoir la même connaissance de la situation de départ du jour. Et ensuite, on enchaîne sur différentes réunions qui visent à mettre en œuvre le plan qu'on a prévu. La première victime de la guerre, c'est le plan. Et donc, on a des successions de réunions qui nous permettent de tenir, entre guillemets, ce rythme pour faire face à la réaction raid. Et en fin de journée, on débrief, c'est-à-dire qu'est-ce qu'on doit retenir du jour et notamment qu'est-ce qui a été bien fait, qu'est-ce qui a été mal fait et l'enjeu étant de faire progresser tout le monde de jour en jour. Cette année, il y a 2 points majeurs. Le premier, c'est la volonté de travailler plus profondément le lien entre les milieux. En effet, les milieux maritimes, terrestres et aériens sont tous dépendants des produits spatiaux, c'est-à-dire de ce qu'on peut leur donner comme information pour gagner le conflit. Ces produits deviennent tellement importants que la nation ennemie va chercher à nous empêcher de les fournir. Et donc dans ce lien qu'on va avoir avec le multidomaine, il y aura à la fois le lien pour que nous, l'espace, on puisse leur fournir ce dont ils ont besoin, et à certains moments, on va demander aux autres milieux de produire des effets pour nous permettre de protéger nos moyens spatiaux. Je m'attends à ce qu'on arrive à mieux identifier ce dont on a besoin pour améliorer encore l'interopérabilité et la coopération entre les nations spatiales alliées et leur capacité à agir ensemble pour défendre l'espace.
Mission is to plan the space operations procedures and tactics for D+3, so 3 days out from now, to allow the S3 ops team to execute the mission as we hope they will. I think the collaboration is already pretty strong. This sort of exercise, AsterX, is going to make it stronger. And hopefully we can reciprocate and we'll have more exercises, including both of our countries. So yeah, it's going to be building in the space domain. We're already pretty strong, but it's getting stronger in the space domain. From a UK point of view, our goal really from this exercise is to understand what things we do well, understand what things our French counterparts do well and the international partners, and seeing how we can collectively improve. And that might be that there might be some things that we can offer, some experience and exchange of knowledge, if you like, and that's been very productive, very valuable, and so I'm looking forward to going back to the UK and explaining to my bosses the various different lessons that we've learned over the past week.
Le multimilieu multichamp, c'est une notion qui est assez complexe, mais qu'on pourrait simplifier en tout simplement la décrivant comme étant l'imbrication des différents milieux dans lesquels vont pouvoir s'exercer les opérations d'une armée, donc air, terre, mer, et ensuite les champs restants tels que l'électromagnétique ou le champ informationnel. Et évidemment, dans les milieux, on va rajouter le milieu spatial. Donc une opération multimilieu et multichamp, c'est une opération qui va se conduire dans l'ensemble de ces milieux et dans l'ensemble de ces champs. Et donc forcément, il va y avoir des relations de cause à effet, des influences et des imbrications entre tous les milieux. Donc l'avancée d'un milieu ne pourra se faire sans celle des autres. L'importance pour la marine de ce type d'exercice, c'est que ça nous permet, nous, de voir premièrement comment l'espace va être capable de répondre à nos problématiques sur le terrain, donc ce qu'on appelle l'appui spatial aux opérations. Vont-ils être en mesure de nous fournir un appui efficace, résilient et avec une bonne récurrence? Et deuxièmement, voir aussi dans quelle mesure nous allons pouvoir leur fournir un appui sur le théâtre maritime, depuis le théâtre maritime, et permettre de conduire des effets qui vont tout simplement influencer le domaine spatial.
Donc la conduite des opérations spatiales repose sur le domaine numérique. C'est pourquoi des experts cyber viennent appuyer le CDE pour savoir comment réagir en cas d'incident cyber. J'ai une action en tête, donc ça a été une attaque par ransomware, donc c'est-à-dire que les PC ont été verrouillés et ça se propageait sur le réseau. Donc ça, c'est une attaque qui reste possible dans la vraie vie.
Alors, le CNES intervient à plusieurs niveaux. En tant qu'agence nationale, il accompagne le commandement de l'espace dans l'exécution de l'exercice, mais aussi dans les phases de préparation. On travaille ensemble pour coordonner les différents scénarios et mettre en place le support technique qui génère les orbites dans l'espace. En plus, le CNES aussi accueille l'exercice dans ses locaux à Toulouse. L'exercice nous apporte beaucoup d'éléments réels qui sont, on va dire, injectés et qu'on découvre pendant l'exercice. On apprend à traiter des menaces différentes, on apprend aussi à développer notre expertise pour le commandement de l'espace. Donc ce sont des situations qu'on simule et sur lesquelles on travaille pour mettre en place les processus d'interaction de demain pour les missions spatiales qu'on est en train de développer conjointement avec le commandement de l'espace.
ANERA, c'est d'abord de la recherche en aéronautique qui s'est au cours du temps diversifiée et qui maintenant aborde les sujets du spatial. Ma mission sur l'exercice, c'est de m'assurer de la simulation de réseaux de capteurs que possède chacun des joueurs et qui permet de simuler une vision par joueur de la situation spatiale complète.
Donc on intervient sur AsterX dans l'objectif de fournir déjà aux militaires des outils pour pouvoir faciliter leur jeu et leur mission, qui permet de faire de la fusion multi-données, multi-sources. Et donc avec cette solution-là, les utilisateurs vont avoir des informations en temps réel sur la situation spatiale, avoir une vision globale et vont avoir des recommandations un peu stratégiques en fonction de cette situation spatiale, de cet environnement.
L'espace doit rester un lieu de paix et un lieu qui est propice à l'ensemble des nations. En travaillant ensemble, ce qu'on crée, c'est une culture commune des opérations spatiales, c'est-à-dire on partage la vision de la menace et on réfléchit ensemble aux réponses qu'on peut y apporter, mais d'avoir chacun nos propres contraintes et donc de travailler cette coordination ensemble.
So I'm sorry, you probably have your ears tingling with all that French. Again, it was supposed to be subtitled, but it was not the right version. So the only subtitles that appeared were in French. That's unfortunate, but never mind. This was showing what we did during our last annual exercise called AsterX. It was in early March this year, 5th edition of this exercise. And the idea was to show how complex it is and how it interests everybody to train and to do something about security in space. So you saw appearing a Navy officer, a cyber officer, that's for the MDO, multi-domain operations. But you also saw a British officer, that's for the international part. Of course, we have to partner with our international partners. And what is also important is that we are in this with all our commercial and civilian friends as well. So you saw the CNES appearing, ONERA, the French aerospace lab, and also commercial companies. They are here on the floor with us. It is something quite unique about space. Now, on real business, I have a couple of figures to show you. First, just to describe the environment. Very few figures. This one is interesting. That's really, really showing how much the situation about access to space has changed. And access to space, of course, is the first step to everything else. If you can access to space easily, of course, you can put more satellites and you could do more things and you could get more services out from space. So you see that the numbers are quite impressive. Especially the US numbers, but you also see that other nations are progressing. And the usual dichotomy between the US and Russia is still there, but there are other players coming in now. Those numbers will grow, certainly, in the future. So this will get bigger and bigger. And that's one of the challenges we have to face for the future, of course. With those numbers, of course, you see that there is one on the top of the list, which is quite surprising, but I will not insist on this one. Of course, it's for us all Europeans to think about. Next figures, of course, are, okay, it's good to launch, but what exactly do we do with those launches? And this is what happens. And you see that those numbers are even showing, bigger things. The number of satellites in space is really exponentially growing, and that's one of the concerns, of course. You see that many other countries are sending more stuff in space, and you see that those numbers are mainly from one nation, and of course of those 2,400 satellites that were thrown in space last year, probably 2,000 are from only one company, and they are from the Starlink constellation. So if you can imagine that other constellations are building now, and the first launches have been made for the Amazon constellation, and the Chinese are also considering 2 similar constellations for their own, this will not ease up in the future, and we'll have a bigger problem in our hands. Of course, when you see that, the total of, you have also to consider the total number of satellites that are now orbiting the Earth. The active satellites are totaling something like 13,000 now. It was 5,000 5 years ago. That's quite increasing quite fast. But with a live satellite, you also put lots of objects in space. Plus, you have to consider all the dead satellites and all that were produced by the previous activities in space. So for 13,000 active satellites, we track something like 40,000 objects in space. We track them because they are big enough to be tracked by our sensors. But you can imagine there are probably millions of debris in space that we can't track, and are, of course, part of the environment we have to consider for the future. And the more satellites you put up there, the more debris you will have. You have rocket bodies, dead satellites, pieces of junk all over the place. So that's really something to consider. Okay, a satellite. Okay, without a satellite, of course, you don't do anything in space. So what is changing about satellite use? Things are changing fast there as well, because the technology is more accessible to many actors. Space was usually business for states in the past. Now it's also a commercial endeavor. And some big commercial companies are very interested in what they can get from space, of course, and to help their business or to build new businesses, of course. There are many things to consider. So you see emerging applications, you see new technologies or new applications of old technologies coming down. And we can imagine for the future many things to change as well on how things are behaving in space as well. So a couple of examples. The fact that we plan to reuse our rockets, our launchers, of course, is something which is good, because that means also less rocket bodies in space left just to die or to fall down in space, and there are still a number of them up there. If you can get them back down on Earth, it's probably good for the economy, good for your business model, but it's also good for space sustainability. And the rest is, you see, services in orbit, refueling, for example, but you can imagine other things. New space stations. We have got 2 of them right now, and one is international, one is Chinese, but why not others in the future? Private companies considering putting up some space stations up there for various reasons, but also some applications for removing debris, for example. Okay, if those debris are a problem, why shouldn't we consider removing them? Of course, there's a number of projects, of course, and what stops them right now is nobody really agrees about who needs to fund this debris removal, of course. But that's part of the environment. The object is to show that space in the past was mainly launching a satellite and then putting that satellite on an orbit or sending a probe on further down the solar system or beyond. But mostly it was to stay on a single orbit and to maintain that orbit. But now you can imagine that we have many, many other applications. You need many businesses created in space and many maneuvers appearing in space as well, which is not only, of course, maintaining that orbit, is maneuvering from orbit to orbit, getting close to other satellites, etc. So this is a concern, of course. Many objects in space, more maneuvers. And what about space traffic management? This is not clear. So you have to avoid the debris, of course. You have to know they are there. You have to avoid them. But you have to make sure that you can coordinate your maneuvers with what the others are doing. So that's the first thing. The environment has changed. Space is more competitive now, and it's more congested. Many more things to consider. It's just not launching your satellite and say, well, space is big, and it will be really bad luck if you hit something, but already in the past it happened, and it will happen more often in the future for sure. So we have to take care of that, of course. The other concern, of course, is with those new applications, new maneuvers, new uses of space, we can imagine that some can be tempted of misuse the liberty that we have in space, that we all enjoy in space right now. Space is really where everybody is free. If you can get up there, normally you are free to do everything you want up there, as long as you don't disturb the other's business. And that's where it starts to be interesting, because if space is competitive, it could also become contested. And it will become contested if it's really bringing some advantage that some others don't want you to have. And that's the thing we have to imagine. What bad could happen in space if somebody really wanted to use space to hurt you? So you go down the list, of course, and imagine every single thing that can hurt your space business. And that's trying to prevent your satellites from operating, but also your ground segment, of course, your space capabilities up there, no space capability without a satellite or without something in space. But you also have to consider your ground segment and everything you need on the surface of Earth to make that business happen, of course. Getting the service from space and use it on planet Earth for something else. So this is the list. It's exhaustive, right? Of everything that will happen to your space business. It could be jammed in space from the ground, could be eliminated, could be attacked in many ways, could be cyber attacked, etc. And it could be spied on first, of course. If you have a business in space, of course, you want it to be secure. And there's a lot of spying on commercial business as well, because if you have competitors, of course, they will want to know exactly what you're doing, and they will want to know how you do it. So this is a theoretical list of what could happen in space. And the manual is, every one of those threats exists already. Okay, they are there. They are out there. So the possibility that we will be attacked in space is 100%. It will happen, and it has already happened, actually, in the past. So not all of those capabilities have been used. We know they are there. The only one which is not exactly there yet is directed energy weapon in space. Of course, if you want to bring a power laser in space, that's quite difficult. And it's probably not there yet, but it will happen one day. All the rest is there. And it appeared that the misuse of space has already been noticed. It has been exposed in 2018 when one Russian satellite started coming a bit close to our communication satellites on geo orbit. And that prompted, in fact, the French government to decide that we needed to do something about it. So we announced that we were ready to do something to protect and defend our capabilities in space and make sure that space is not misused against us. The president asked for a defense strategy to be drafted. It appeared in 2019. At the same time, in that strategy, it was clearly stated that we needed to do something to protect and defend our assets in space. And who's going to defend if we need to? Of course, that
task has to be given to somebody who can enforce the decisions and can enforce the law, if that law exists, and make sure that we can force an opponent to retreat if we have to. So it has to be given to somebody able to police space, or to make sure that we can defend in the military sense as well. And as usual, and it's a parallel you can make with the air domain, it's been entrusted to the military, of course, for various reasons. Hence, the Space Command was created, and we have that mission in our basket, of course. The first 3 lines, of course, are the main lines of effort in the strategy. And the first one is the one that is our business. Make sure that we address those emerging threats and make sure that we can do something about them, of course. And the rest is not exactly or not directly for us, of course, but we are interested in what's happening in those other lines of effort. And at the bottom, the 2 main missions that have been given to the Space Command. One is make sure that space can still support military operations. If space is important, it's because it brings a lot to all the activities on the Earth surface, including the military activities, of course, and military operations. Not only that. So, in fact, in the objective of making sure that we can protect our businesses in space, the military business, of course, is hard to what we are doing. So we are in charge of maintaining, developing, enhancing, improving the space support operation. But if we want it to exist, we also have to protect it if it's attacked, and we want to make sure that it doesn't disappear after an attack, or if somebody is wanting to attack it, of course, we have to make sure those attacks won't have too big an effect, and make sure that those services that we are providing to Army, Air Force, or Navy are still there when they need it. And that's the heart of the thing, in fact. If we don't have this, of course, protecting and defending will take a completely different aspect. It will be protecting and defending other interests in space, and not military ones. Of course, the national interests in space are part of our business, but the last thing we want to protect, of course, is the possibility to make sure we can defend all the rest as well. So it's a chicken and egg game, of course, but the main thing is make sure that we can support operations, so that with operations we can support all the other interests, including those in space. And space support to operations, very briefly, there are 3 categories. Communications, that's the obvious one. Of course, we need to be able to communicate over long distance, over rough terrain, and that's part of the reactivity, and that's part of the connectivity we need for the future, and that's the future of our weapon systems, of course, and it will come through space for sure, because we need to be deployable over long distance, we need to be very reactive, and if you want to have some communication ready instantly, if you want to deploy and you don't want to have to worry about deploying your communication, space is a very good solution, of course. And those communications from space, of course, are a big part of the space support operation that many takes for granted right now, but again, could disappear in a wink if we are not careful. The second one is called here observation on the slide. It's everything you can get from space about what's happening on the Earth surface. So looking at the Earth surface from space, and it's sometimes called remote sensing, and that's everything. You know, of course, when you see that and you see observation, you think electro-optical means visible or infrared, but of course there's all the rest as well. The radar sensing from space is pretty important when the weather is bad, but also we have got new things, and you can think of course, electromagnetic sensing, just listening to radar, radio activities on the surface from space is very useful and provides lots of very interesting data. And all that can be transferred, of course, those observations, of course, are very important for the military activities, but also for many other things as well. And the last thing, This one is for sure taken for granted now. Nobody imagines, nobody remembers most of the time that it's coming from space. But the things that you're using every day with your mobile phones, for example, and the first thing you use is the GPS or the guidance system on your telephone is coming from space. So positioning, navigation, and timing is something essential to our lives now, but to many other commercial sectors or activity sectors, by the way, for that agricultural sector, the banking sector as well, but just transportation relies on that. The timing is probably something that is most overlooked, but if we don't realize that the timing from space is used to synchronize our networks, if this timing disappears, your network can synchronize, but instead of taking a fraction of a second, it will take several minutes, sometimes up to an hour. So it's completely decreases or changes your efficiency. And you have to make sure that this still exists. So right now, we got 4 different positioning systems from space, including additional or enhancement systems in some parts, but the 4 main ones, there's one American, of course, the GPS, one European, Galileo, one Russian, GLONASS, and one Chinese, Beidou. And we have to make sure that we can maintain those because they are so helpful to what we try to do. So that's the services. Now, the new thing and the thing that really justifies the creation of a Space Command is really this one. It's called here on this slide active defense. You can see it under different names in papers. Sometimes it's just space control. It's also it can have also different names. Space superiority, space dominance, whatever you call it. But the base is, okay, make sure you see what's happening in space, make sure you understand what's happening in space, make sure you can do something about what's happening in space, right? So that's, active defense is a good thing because it's mainly defense, that's a posture. Of course, we want to defend our capabilities, but it's also active. It means you don't want to wait to be attacked to do something about it because it's too precious, of course. It's active. But the 3 things are also very important. Detect, it's about sensors, of course. Again, you can draw the parallel with air defense, obviously, and active air defense. You need your radars. You need to analyze and understand. That's more a C2 thing, plus intelligence. It's a matter of processing the data that is available. And act is about having active ways of doing things, of course. That's your fighters. And ways of controlling those fighters, of course, make sure they don't do anything stupid. And you can adjust the reaction to the situation all the time. We are not always in wartime, of course, and you have to do that even in peacetime. And that's of course, very important. Now, the next thing we have to worry about, of course, and you understand that getting things from space to other businesses, to other activities on the Earth surface, or protecting things in space are getting lots of data down here in our networks. And it's a matter of making sure that those data are properly processed, timely processed, and that we can plan accordingly, of course, and we can plan efficiently and very quickly about that. And when the plan is decided, that you can execute that plan in the same manner, so efficiently and quickly. So there is something that is sometimes also a bit overlooked, is how dependent we are on networks for space activities and on data for space activities. And when you think about it, what I say here for space, of course, is valid for any other activities in the end. But certainly, it's something that we have also to make sure we master for the future. And those networks are right now with us on the Earth surface, and in the future, they may be in space, as it's shown here, of course. So those data will flow in a communication layer that's orbiting around space, and you bring it down as quickly as you can from space, but the quickest way to bring it from one side of the planet to the other is certainly through space. Right now we are using those undersea cables and ground communication networks, of course, but in the future it will probably come here. That's why it's so important, in fact, to look at what's happening with Starlink or Kuiper, the new constellation by Amazon, but also to make sure that Europe can build its own system. And IRIS² for that is really important. But I suppose that Pascal will say a word about it just after me. So this is something very important for us, our dependency on data, our dependency on globally digital tools. That's something really important. Before opening the floor for questions, I hear one, I can sense one, of course, from you is, okay, that's very good. You set up the problem very nice, but where are we now on what we want to do? Well, the Space Command has been established, and we are active. We are conducting space operations every day. The thing was to bring together everything that was already doing space operations in the armed forces before, and that was something that especially General Testé created a couple of years ago. He was very active on that, so I just had to take his work, bring everything together, but also make sure that we can execute this new mission of active defense, space control, whatever you want to call it. Those activities were a bit scattered around in our organization, so bringing everything together is important, and it has been decided to bring everything down in Toulouse and to establish something there as efficiently and as quickly as possible. Of course, it has to stay small. That's another challenge, of course. We are not building a full service. We are not building a space army. We are not building anything that big. It's just a command, and it has to be small because we are drawing on the other services, human resource, and that's what is really scarce and difficult to find right now. And we will come back on the education and training part just after that. So we bring everything together in Toulouse because it's more efficient to have all those activities we envisage for the future with only 500 people, less than 500 people total, plus all of the support. Fortunately, the Space Command has been established within the Air Force. It's a joint command. I'm working, of course, in the command. We have also Army and Navy people. It's really joint because the support we have to provide to the operations is joint, of course. We are providing support to all the services. So all the services are interested in space, and space is interested in what all the other services are doing. That's the MDO part. We have to train hard and make sure that we all stay connected and our battle rhythms are properly synchronized. And we know exactly what we need to do, what we need to ask. But same thing from the other services, of course. They have to understand what they can do with or without us and what they can ask or what they can't ask to us. So bring everything together, make it efficient, make sure that our capability people are sitting next to our operation people so that the dialogue is easier and is quicker. Time is of the essence. We need to do something really quick, and that's something that is really new. What's the priority is make sure it's quick. Whatever the performance of what you're delivering is, make it quick, okay? Life is not waiting for us. Our competitors are not waiting for us. They are progressing. And if we have to do something about security in space, it's because the others have moved before we did. So do it together. Toulouse 2025, we are reaching a milestone in the creation or the development of the Space Command. I think that with the inauguration of this building that you see, it's not built yet, still under construction in Toulouse, still cranes and construction people everywhere. They've started painting the walls, but that's about it. And now we also have to install our systems in it. So big nice building like this, fine, but we also have to consider what's inside. And what's inside is probably heart and key to the solution. Make sure that we can organize our networks, our data, but also our TTPs. So concepts and procedures from there. So we have to train people, and that's very important. One very good thing, probably Colonel Debar will talk about it a bit later, is that on that site, by the way, we are creating a new airbase in Toulouse. We had one called Airbase 101. It was closed 2011, 2012, something like that. And now we are recreating an airbase in Toulouse. It's a very strange airbase. It's just one building. Okay, but it's called 101 still. So a new airbase in Toulouse. It doesn't happen every day that we open a new airbase. With the airbase, you can see there is a second building on the right, and you can also see a NATO flag on one of the poles in the picture, and that's also very important. When we decided to create the main facilities of this Space Command in Toulouse, we also managed to convince NATO that it would be interesting to have a center of excellence established in Toulouse, really next to the Space Command. And it's exactly what's happening right now. So as the host country, we are in charge of providing all the support for this center of excellence. The director is now Colonel Debar. He's very active, and it exists. It's operating from containers right now, but at the end of this year, he will be able also to operate from this new building. Those buildings are separate, of course. You see they are looking different, and they have very different purpose, of course. But it's also still very important, interesting, and forward-looking that they are established side by side, because the synergy will be maximized for the future. So that's something very important. But again, it's not only about buildings, how nice they look. It's really about what we can do about from them, and that is not over yet. But we will speak a bit more about operations in the future than we have in the past, where we are all focused on setting up that Space Command. The last part is coming back on training and operation. A word has been said already on the Space Defense Academy, bringing together the academy here in Southern Provence, but also a university in Toulouse, a military university, but also our training center, which is also in Toulouse, in the Space Command. So bringing together and make sure that the education, the training and education offer is maximized, and make sure that there are no holes in what we can offer, and also trying to make sure that we can work with our partners is important. Now back to our annual exercise. It was still called in 25 AsterX, and that's what shows on the picture. In the future, we won't be allowed to use that name any longer, but we don't have a new name yet, so I'm still using this one. I'll try to refer it as our annual exercise. That is something really essential. I'm really proud and very glad, of course, and thankful to my predecessor and all the ones who established it before I took command of the Space Command, because that was the most brilliant idea that was really put into practice. And this exercise is unique. It's unique in Europe. There is no other space exercise that is open to partners in Europe. It was the first one, but it's also unique because it's such a tool to develop those partnerships that we need, in fact, to create or to strengthen and make sure that we can operate with all our partners in space. In space, there are no borders. When you do something in space, everybody else is concerned, of course, or has to feel concerned about what you're doing. So we are concerned about what the others are doing, and they are concerned about what we are doing. So the best thing we have to do is make sure we can coordinate, we can synchronize, make sure we don't surprise anybody. So in the defense part, it's important, but also it's important if you want to pull up your resources, if the reaction you need, you don't have necessarily all the means to react to a situation. And the more partners you have, the more trained you are in making sure you understand each other, but also our procedures and concepts are consistent with the others, will be important for the future and the quality of the response to any given security situation. So that's really important, in fact, to bring everybody together, and that's what we do once a year, around usually a multi-domain operation scenario. So bringing also the other services, making sure that we can coordinate, again, synchronize our battle rhythms, but also understand what they need, for them to understand what we can provide and what we can't, but also understand that in some instances we may need their support to be able to continue defending space capabilities. Now, sometimes, if you continue your operations and you are not careful about what's happening in space, well, your space capability can disappear very, very quickly. So it's also a major joint operation if you want to make sure that those are properly defended, because you can be attacked in space, that's our business, but you can be attacked in many, many other places as well, and that's everybody's business. Okay, and that's exactly the same with our commercial partners, civilian partners, civilian operators that are not necessarily commercial, but also our foreign partners. You can see that in 25 we had 12 international partners, and that's not including NATO that we put in our institutional partners. And that's very important, but also the industrial partners are there. There are industrial partners with whom we already have contracts because they are providing services. We are not doing everything by ourselves. But also we are testing some new things, new tools, and it's also an interesting sandbox, in fact, in those exercises. Of course, we don't play that too much, not to confuse the objective of the exercise, but also that's a good occasion to share ideas also and test some new things that we don't really have in operations yet. So the numbers are what they are. It's, of course, fully simulated, but simulated out of real data. So we take a set of real data, just select some of them so that we don't have too many objects to follow, just an exercise after all. And then from those data, we run simulations after that and just play with those data and trajectories and fly the satellites on the simulator. That's probably the maximum we can do in our current facilities. We are working containers. The CNES is supporting a lot, of course, and we are using their facilities. And we'll see if we can grow any bigger in the future, but I doubt it will stay that way. So we are encouraging, of course, our partners to do the same. And the more exercise we'll have in the future in Europe, I think the better it will be for this common culture that we try to improve and develop across the world, but mainly and in priority with our European partners. Of course, we are working a lot with the US, and the US has been instrumental in developing this series of exercises, of course, and you see that they're figuring in a good way, but it's a good thing for them too. What I've heard is that they are having a lot of fun coming to AsterX and playing with us because it's so different to what they are used to do back in the US. So that's a big change for everybody, and also it's you know, mind shaking, which is what we need now. Things will be different in the future. They have already changed a lot. As the saying goes, imagine where we were in 2015, thinking about space, considering where we are now in 2025, and when we try to imagine what will be the situation in 2035, we can imagine many, many things. What I'm sure is that the situation will be completely different of what we imagine now, and it will have changed probably much quicker than we can imagine right now. With that, I think we still have 20 minutes for questions, and I'm ready to take them. Fire at will. There should be at least one. Yeah.
Officer Cadet Roy, TeamTech 2024. Thank you, Sir General, for your presentation. My question is pretty basic. More than ensuring security for industrials, can we consider in the future space battlefield for high-intensity conflict? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. I didn't want to paint something too negative, of course, for the future. We have to stay optimistic, and we are on a good way here. But yes, to answer your question, space is now a battlefield. We have to expect a war for space in the future, and a war for space, just to maintain our capabilities in space and what we get from space for operations and all the rest, of course, will include a war in space. I'm pretty sure about it. Now, a war in space can take many aspects, but certainly what we are doing with satellites, fighting other satellites or maneuvering around other satellites, will be important for the consistency of the capabilities we need for the future. Of course, we need also to consider what's happening on the ground, and those wars for space will happen in different ways as well. And the best example for that is it's already happened, in fact. Space has already been attacked in the past wars, in past operations. And you realize that probably it will be the first thing to be attacked if a conflict starts somewhere. Just like I was told when I was a cadet or a young flying officer too long ago, that the first thing that would be attacked if a major conflict happened in Europe would be the air capabilities. Exactly the same thing for space. You can't win a full war if you win just in space, but if you lose in space, you will lose the war, and you will lose very quickly. Same thing with cyber. That's something parallel. They're exactly extending what we were saying about air to space, and that's really what's happening now. And those limits are pushed hard right now around the Ukraine conflict. And the Ukraine conflict itself started in space. So if you consider that the first space conflict was probably the first Gulf War, because that's the first big-scale operation where space was used at an army scale. But the first time space was attacked as a prerequisite to the operations was in Ukraine in February 2022. The first thing the Russians did before they even set foot on Ukrainian ground was to attack their satellite communications. And they did it not in space, they did it by the cyber attack on a commercial company. Now, they created many collateral damages, by the way. Nobody talks about that. Everybody was really concerned about, public declaration about Starlink. But in fact, a commercial company has already been attacked on the 24th or 23rd of February by the Russians, and they created already collateral damage. And they, of course, they wiped out the satellite communication for the Ukrainian. Fortunately, they were able to re-establish some satellite communication thanks to Starlink very quickly. But that's really what it is now. And we can expect that now, if something starts brewing, you will see the first indications in space, certainly. And right now, space is attacked every day. GPS is jammed, communications are jammed, and they are not as reliable, and you can expect them to be. So be careful when you use your GPS sometimes. Okay, I think I broke the mood for the morning. I'm sorry about that. Madam.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. I'm not sure about this question because I don't know if you already have talked about this, but you talk about AsterX as a collaborative game to countries to collaborate in space, and I think this is really important. But you don't think about the fact that it could also be seen as a dissuasive exercise also, so maybe you can talk a little bit about this also. Thank you.
What you're talking about is deterrence. We do is sending messages, yes, of course. And everything we do, not only in space, by the way, or in space business, or in space defense, or in space military matters, but everything we do right now is sending signals, of course, and it's part of the posture, it's part of a deterrent, deterrent part of the thinking, of course. But that's all a consequence of everything I said. We need to defend in space, and the best thing to defend is make sure that this war never happens, right? And we will be successful if this war never happens. So that's deterrent in the end. How do you make sure that this war never happens? Is make sure that your possible opponents understand that it will probably be very difficult for them to get the results they expect, because we are ready, because we know what they are thinking, we know what they are preparing, and we are ready to fight back if necessary. And that's really part of it. And that's part of what everybody is doing right now. What we call exercising. The exercises are all used for that. Now, of course, to prepare, to qualify, to make sure our people know what they are doing, but that's also sending signal. When you send a full operation down to the Pacific every year, it's not every year now, but in the past it's been like that. When you send Rafale plus MRTTs in the Pacific, that's sending a signal. When you are sending, two-seater Rafale in one go to La Réunion or to Djibouti and make something with the aircraft just before they land, that's sending a signal. But that's exactly also what the Russians did with their major operations just before the Ukraine invasion as well. They were sending signals. Probably we didn't pay enough attention. That's exactly what it is. But yeah, it's part of the game. Bringing partners with us is sending a signal, of course. Showing all those flags is sending a signal. We did not invent that, of course. But if you look at all the space defense strategies or papers or concepts that are appearing everywhere, partnership are always a big part of it. It's necessary. You can't operate in space by yourself. What you do will need to be coordinated. You don't want to create a surprise where you don't want to create it. And coordination is important because it's pretty difficult to understand what's happening in space, because sometimes things are happening where you can't see, so you need your partners, in fact, to watch the skies for you. Probably sometimes, if you need a reaction in space or somewhere else, you're not in the best position to do it because your territory is too small compared to the size of space. And if you want to react very quickly, sometimes it's better to partner efficiently and to have good partners that can give a hand to you so that the solution is created quicker and you can stop that fire with a glass of water instead of requiring a full fire truck if you wait a couple of hours, right? So exactly that. So deterrence is a part, and the good thing is just listening to what the US says. The US, as big as they are, as much as they invest in space, and they put a lot of money in it, they are saying that they can't achieve it by themselves, and they need their partners. And they are very active, and they are very open to partners for that reason. And I think altogether, with the US lead, but also we have to develop our own leadership on that matter. I think we are doing well, but we still need to speed up on some parts of what we need to do to be credible, and that's part of deterrence as well. Can I take a question in the back first, Vincent? There's a question in the back before you. Sorry for that.
Cadet Altissimi from Air Force Academy, Italian Air Force. I would ask, conventional satellites are very vulnerable to physical threats, like you exposed previously. Do you think using a web of interconnected CubeSat will be the solution for those type of threats?
if we are under threat with our military capabilities in space, the commercial sector is, and they will be attacked because we are using commercial services as well. Our national, sovereign, proprietary capability are not enough to do everything we need, and we are buying communication bandwidth, we are buying pictures from space, radar pictures, and by the way, GPS or Galileo is not purely military, right? It's mainly civilian. So they will be under threat just because it's useful to us. They will be under threat also because it's useful for businesses, and somebody declares a war on us or want to hurt us, of course, if they hurt our economies, that can be very, very efficient, of course. So what can we do, of course? First is to make sure that we understand with our commercial partners that we are all in that same business together. Of course, our commercial partners can't do everything we can do as state operators, as military operators. And especially here, I'm thinking the use of force. They can't use force. Normally, it's not allowed. And if we want to keep space a peaceful domain, we don't want to encourage, of course, that everybody carries a gun up there. But certainly, because they are providing service, because their business needs to be protected as well. They need the security of their capability is important to them because it's their business. Just like for us, if we lose our satellites, there will be no support to operations. If they lose their satellites, there will be no business for them in the future. So they have to defend that. So how can we combine that is the important thing. Of course, we can work on the services, but also we can work on creating this web of defense. And this web of defense is mostly out of making sure that we understand the situation. They are not threatened without we knowing it. If they do something about it, we prefer knowing, of course, even if it's just a maneuver, so that we can react collectively and make sure that we can also organize all the rest around this threat, that maneuver, that reaction that was needed at any point in time. With what, of course, we have to consider, and the picture about, this satellite coming close to you, making a proximity operation, but coming so close that it probably docks to your satellites and do something with your satellite you don't want to see happening, is something that we all have to consider. And the proximity of our satellites, of course, needs to be monitored. So carrying a couple of sensors even on commercial satellites can be important, but also because it will provide additional data that can be combined, and the way you process the data that you get from everywhere in the future is important. So the way you can connect to your commercial operators with your international partners and bring everything together so that your own picture of what's happening in space is enhanced is important. And that's something that we can do for ourselves, but also that a service that we can provide for security to other operators. So that's where it combines, and we all have something to do in there, of course. There are limits, of course, in what the commercial companies and operators can do. But we have to organize that, and we have to think about our future infrastructures around that. But certainly, if there is, a major communication web in space, it will probably not be only national. It will have a big commercial incentive. So that's where we are all in together. I don't know if that answers your question. But it's really something that is developing. What you see in papers called commercial integration cells is exactly that. It's the way you work with the people that you are getting services from, just to make sure that those services are protected or are resilient, whatever, and you know what's happening, but also getting additional information on what they are doing, what they're seeing, what they're thinking about it, and provide some additional information, data for the full picture. Vincent? Oh, sorry, Mr. Baudouin.
Thank you, General Adam, for your excellent presentation. Vincent Baudouin, VP of Latitude Space. You are the first space command in Europe. What is your role in the geopolitical context today?
Well, as I told Mr. Trump when he called last night, no, I'm just kidding, right? No, thank you to remind that, yes, we are probably the first space command created in Europe. Of course, the others followed very, very soon after. I think it goes with the possibilities that France has, and especially in Toulouse, about developing the space sector. It's just a fact, right? I'm not commenting of is it right or wrong. It's just a fact. Right now, there are 25% of space business in Europe established in Toulouse. 25% of the workforce working on space business is established in Toulouse, which is huge, right? So France has a big role in bringing the nations together. Of course, it cannot give orders to anybody. That would be ridiculous. So our role is more to try to be pathfinders for the others. So if we are a bit ahead in some areas, well, we have a responsibility in making sure that what we found out and what we did in those first 6 years we were created. What we plan to do for the future is consistent or not, what we need to change, and where we need our partners, in fact, to be active or not, and how we can combine our efforts to make sure that the messages we try to send across are getting across, or that our capabilities develop properly. And that is really a continental endeavor more than a national one, even for France. So I think it would be really pretending, in fact, or too ambitious to say, well, France needs to do it for everybody. It's just impossible. And that's why those figures I showed you in the beginning on the launches is important, is to show that if Europe and France and all the other countries in Europe, by the way, Germany, the UK, Spain, Italy, and the others, wants to be a space power, we need to put our heads together, because we need to invest a lot. We need to make sure that we are not competing where we don't need to compete. And certainly we need to act together if we want to act fast. And we all need to act fast, that's for sure. And that's why I'm sending that message, of course, feeling that if we had a head start, as Vincent mentioned, this head start is not for stay. My opinion is that I want the other nations in Europe to catch up. And that will be the best way to build efficient partnership. And I want our industries to talk together and to make sure that we are not competing where we don't need to compete. I'm pretty optimistic about the way the military are talking together on this. We all see the problem. We all see the solution or the need for solutions the same way. And the rest needs to be decided by the big actors that are governments and big companies. And the small companies will come very shortly after. And we expect that Latitude can bring a lot to the table, of course.
Just a few words to thank you, General Adam, for this presentation. We'll carry on for the rest of the day. So just let you introduce the rest. Just want to notice that everything you said about the commercial and institution, even with armed forces integration, and that will be for some roundtables today as well. When you mention navigation and timing, just want everybody in the audience to be sure that there are more computers in the objects today than, for example, this laptop. So the computers are in your cars, in your aircraft, in your refrigerators, blah, 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 in your watch. But if you lose the timing in this, and if you lose the navigation in all these systems, you really don't know what the machines are going to do. So that's one of the aspects that is very important, and it's especially true for military capabilities. So thank you very much for highlighting us, sir, and I let the floor for the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, General, for your presentation. So now we'll have a break, 20-minute breaks. A refreshment is served on my right in the corridor, and be back on time at 10:30 for the lecture of the General Leguet about the European Space Agency. Thank you.
General, ladies and gentlemen, general officers, officer cadets, ladies and gentlemen, non-commissioned officers, enlisted personnel, and civilian staff of the Ministry of Armed Forces, ladies and gentlemen. The French Air and Space Academy has the privilege of welcoming today General Pascal Leguet, currently serving as Security Advisor to the Managing Director of the European Space Agency in Paris. Before giving you the floor, General, allow me to introduce you to your audience. You joined the French Air and Space Force as a member of the 1985 class of the French Air and Space Academy and became an intelligence officer. In 1994, you obtained an engineering degree in geographic sciences from the National School of Geographic Sciences, then a law degree, and later a PhD in international relations. From 1994 to 1999, you served as a military geographer, developing deep expertise in geospatial analysis. From 2004 to 2006, you commanded the French Imagery Intelligence Center. Then, from 2008 to 2010, you were the commanding officer of the École des Pupilles de l'Air et de l'Espace. In early 2015, you were appointed director of the European Satellite Center based in Spain, a major institution for the production of geospatial intelligence in support of the Union. Since 2019, you have been serving at the European Space Agency in Rome as Senior Security Advisor and Director of Earth Observation Programs. You are recognized there as an expert on key strategic issues relating to geography, space, international security, and Earth observation. In addition, you hold a master's degree in imagery processing, as well as in British civilization. Currently serving for the ESA, your interests are focused on strategic perspectives in space policy, including the issue of access to space-based mineral and energy resources. General, I now yield the floor to you with the utmost respect.
So thank you very much for your introduction and kind words. Also a big thank you to General Real for his invitation, to Captain UB as well for your active support to prepare this moment together today. Also to General Teste, always involved in all good conferences. So you said in your introductory words that I was the commanding officer of the École des Pupilles de l'Air et de l'Espace. I don't know if you have cadets in the room from the École des Pupilles de l'Air et de l'Espace. Yes, 1, 2, 3, a lot. It's good. So it's better for me. Okay, thank you so much again. So this morning I would like to speak about the one specific topic, the EU space strategy for security and defense. This is an EU document, European Union strategy. I am an ESA representative, European Space Agency representative. ESA is not at all an EU organization, but I will explain. I will tell you a few words about what ESA is and what we are doing, and how is it possible to support the European Union to implement the strategy, the space strategy. Just to tell you a few other words about the European Union. The European Union is the world champion to write strategies. Just to give you a short list of their different publications. The Global Security Strategy in 2016, the Space Strategy for Europe, 2016 as well, the Defense Action Plan, 2016, the Strategic Compass, 2022, the EU Space Strategy for Security and Defense, 2023, the European Defense Industrial Strategy, EDIS, and also linked to the EDIP, the European Defense Industry Programme, the White Paper for European Defense, Readiness 2030, also published in 2025. And at the moment, there is another ongoing important document, the Competitiveness Compass. So it's not an exhaustive list of these all strategies, concepts, documents, official documents. Again, the key issue is implementation. How to move from an intellectual exercise, I would say, to implementation, to concrete achievements, to capacity systems. This is the big challenge. And I would like to illustrate this morning this idea. In Europe, we have three main space actors. The European Union, ESA, the European Space Agency, and their respective member states. And it's very important to have a strong, I would say, coordinations to find synergies between these three key space actors in order to be to deploy, to develop consistent capacities and to avoid redundancies in some cases. This is a key issue. And it's not an easy task. As you said also in the introduction, I spent time in the EU, the European Union, as director of the EU Satellite Center. Now I'm in ESA, and before joining EU and ESA, I was a French Air Force officer in the past. So this morning, General Philippe Adam gave already a broad picture of the different activities in the space domain for security and defense. And I would like, again, to give you my ESA point of view concerning this, this context. But also, I would like to start with a short video.
Extreme weather events such as wildfires, floods, and drought are on the rise, amplified and accelerated by the climate emergency. Humanitarian crises, geopolitical instability, and cybercrime threaten modern societies and economies.
The European Space Agency Civil Security from Space program aims to provide to the rapid responders with some insight from space and integration of insight from different type of sensor and capability in the field in real time.
Digital interconnections combine information from multiple sources to make real-time data securely available where it is needed, empowering emergency response efforts. Strengthening terrestrial systems that may be compromised by natural disasters or malicious activities is crucial to support and protect this critical information. Space can revolutionize disaster and crisis management by acting as both a source and a catalyst of information. Mobile network data, geotagged webcams, and social media. Advances in IT, onboard processing, and auto-tasking of satellites, and smart and secure networks can speed the acquisition and flow of accountable information. Virtual and augmented reality can offer essential support by delivering relevant information to responders on the ground, seamlessly and in context. This includes real-time overlay of critical data, enhanced situational awareness, and interactive training simulations.
AI can help all that data fusion and bring together all the space data, the thermal imaging, optical, synthetic aperture radar, hyperspectral, but then you've got all the information from drones, from ground-based sensors, digital twins, 5G, 6G is coming over the horizon, and eventually the vision is trying to harmonize those activities.
The programme aims to link together these diverse technologies to connect the nervous system of the planet, build a robust emergency response infrastructure, deliver information where it is needed, empower the first responder, and save lives and livelihoods.
So just to tell you as well that every day when you are watching your TV, you have these kind of situations. Floods, wildfires, earthquake, landslides, conflict areas. You have pictures of Ukraine every day. And the consequences is for the civilian populations. It's very important to protect them, to help them to survive in a hostile environment. And we have a lot to do. And the key question, how space can support, can react in such a context. Is it possible to mobilize space capacities to be more effective? Can we do more? Can we do better? This is the key questions. And the answer is clearly yes. And you have also recent situations in Spain, Valencia, also in Mayotte, etc. And we realized that in terms of reactivity, we can do better, clearly, to support these people. So the capacities we have, many capacities existing, Earth observation, telecommunications, PNT, etc. The key issue is how to, I would say, to interconnect these different capacities, to be more reactive and to deliver products and services to the end users on the ground. Before elaborating on this general context, I would like to tell you a few words about ESA, the European Space Agency. I said at the beginning, ESA is not at all an EU organization. We are not an EU body. We are cooperating, we are collaborating with the European Union, with the European Commission in particular, DEFIS, this important Directorate General in the Commission. And as you know, there is a new commissioner, Commissioner Kubilius, for defense and space. This time, for the first time, we have a commissioner linking defense and space, and this is a big step. About ESA, to tell you as well that in terms of staff, we have 6,000 people, around 6,000 people working in ESA. We have 23 member states. The last one joining ESA is Slovenia this year. We have also 3 associate members, Slovakia, Latvia and Lithuania. And we have an important cooperative member, Canada. About the 23 member states, this is an important issue, point to consider. We have 3 non-EU members in the ESA member states. So the UK, Norway and Switzerland are also a full member of ESA, but are not EU members. And in terms of cooperation, collaboration with the EU, sometimes we have to take into account this situation with non-EU members, more specifically when we speak about security and defense. Another point to mention as well, there is a governance document for ESA, the ESA Convention. By the way, it's accessible on the internet if you want to read this interesting governance document. And in particular, the Article 2 of the ESA Convention, the work of ESA is for exclusively peaceful purposes. There is also legal interpretation of exclusively peaceful purposes. Defense is part of the peaceful context. Why? Because defense is not is a non-aggressive activity, and it's quite possible for ESA to be involved in defense activities. This is, at the end, a full decision of its member states to do it or not. About the budget, we have, on average, between 7 and 8 billion euros a year, And for this year, we have 7.8 billion euros for 2025. It represents around 12 euros per European citizen. About the missions, ESA was created in 1975, and the work of ESA fundamentally is to do research and development. We are a research and development organization. This is the DNA of the agency, and we are developing satellites, I would say in general terms, to perform different activities. I will give you some concrete examples later on. One dedicated activity, usually we use the term mission to do it. And also very important, General Philippe Adam mentioned it before, in terms of cooperation. It's very important to cooperate at European level, of course, but not only, also to be partner, to find partners outside Europe. And for instance, Russia was a very good partner of ESA before 2022. Today it's a bit different. We have still an office, an ESA office in Moscow. So we are working with Russia still for the ISS, International Space Station in particular. We are also working with JAXA, the Japanese Space Agency, with India, and our Director General paid a recent visit to India a few days ago to sign a partnership with India. Why? As you know, we have US cadets in the room. I will speak about the US in good terms. To say that at the moment with the Trump administration, we don't know what will be the cooperation in the space domain with the US and with NASA, more precisely. So at the moment we are thinking about how to redefine the general partnerships of ESA and to find new partners, or not necessarily new, but to develop partnership with other spacefaring nations. India is a very important one, and we are also examining the possibilities to work in depth with India. So cooperation. I forgot to mention about the locations of the ESA, European Space Agency. So the headquarters is in Paris. It's where I am personally located. But we have also testing facilities in STEC in the Netherlands, in Noordwijk. We have also in the UK, in Harwell, next to Oxford, the dedicated activity for telecommunications. We have also in Spain, next to Madrid, the Astronomy Directorate. We have in Germany 2 locations, important locations, one for the astronauts. Maybe some of you will go in the future for this astronaut training in Cologne. We have also another location in Germany, Darmstadt, for the space operations. I forgot, maybe, I don't think so. I said we have an office in Russia. We have 2 offices in the US, in Houston and in Washington. So we have a good connection in Europe and also in the world. Another important point about the activities of the European Space Agency. So it's one of the unique agencies covering almost all activities. You have, in terms of science, concerning Earth observation, of course, telecommunication, navigation, operations from the ground, how to operate satellites. In terms of technology as well, transportation, the launchers, is also a very important part of our activities. Very important to underline one point. In terms of activities, we have mandatory activities for the ESA member states. They have an obligation to cooperate, to work on the science domain. And there is an automatic budgetary contribution to this science domain based on the national GDP, gross national product. And there is also the many activities, the majority of activities are optional, are not mandatory, are optional. That means between 80 and 90% of the ESA activities are optional. That means the member state decide to join one specific activity. Earth observation, telecommunications, launchers, etc. And there is no, by definition, obligation. And it's, again, very important to have this menu à la carte process for the ESA member states. Just to give you also a general idea of what we are doing, I said the launchers, space transport. As you know, probably in the past we had three kinds of launchers: a heavy one, Ariane 5, and now Ariane 6. Medium launcher was Soyuz with the cooperation with Russia. Now it's no more existing at the moment. And small launchers. Today it's a Vega C. It's an Italian launcher developed by Avio, this Italian company. And it's important to, again, this is the key condition to have access to space, to have an autonomous capacity of transport, space transport. This is what we plan to do and what we're doing today. Also in terms of technological sovereignty and independence, we realized with the Russian, the war in Ukraine, that we were fully dependent on the external non-European actors. And this is an issue, for sure. And in terms of technology and critical technology, I will give you an idea of what are these critical technologies. But we are still, for some activities, dependent on the non-European actors. We have non-European participants today. But what is important is to find reliable partners to work together. Another important point is about the Copernicus component. This is an EU capacity for Earth observation. And the satellites of this Copernicus system are called the Sentinel families. And on a daily basis, these Sentinel satellites are delivering around 25 terabytes of data a day. It's a pretty good quantity, I would say. What is important to keep in mind also, Europe is the only actor, and the EU precisely, is the only actor in the world to give a free, full, and access to Copernicus data. Free, full, and open access to the Copernicus data. Yourself, if you go on the internet and you go to the Sentinel hub, it's possible to download data for yourself if you want to prepare your next holidays to know where you go. It's a possibility. And what is also important to underline is the fact that with this free access to Copernicus data, it's possible for non-EU, non-European actors to develop a very good business and to basically, sorry to say, this is my personal opinion, to make business with the European money for non-European actors. This is a choice of the European Union to apply this data policy. Another point is concerning the dual-use systems. This is also a recurring debate, the fact that I said at the beginning that many, and also Philippe said before, that many space existing systems are of dual use. We can meet totally civilian needs or non-civilian needs as well with the same system. Earth observation is not military or civilian. It's Earth observation capacity. And telecommunications the same, etc. So, and this is an issue for ESA, European Space Agency, because we have a fully civilian status. We are not supposed to, again, to deal with defense activities, but we have the full capacity to do it. And it would be so easy to include, when we start a new program, to include defense needs at the very beginning of the program, not with a big extra cost, and at the end to have a system very useful for civil and non-civil activities. Very important as well concerning the expertise of people, because we speak about technology, techniques, etc. But the most important ingredient is the human competence, human skills, and we are also fully supporting this STEM approach. Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics are the four fundamental domains for advanced societies to be at the top of the modernity, I would say. Yes. In terms of business, because space is not only for the beauty of science, but also to make business. And just to give you a few figures, so we can always discuss the reality of the figures, but we have some dedicated consultancy companies working on this. And in Europe in particular, ESA is creating jobs and growth for economic purposes, by definition. And we are, in fact, we have an ecosystem, a space ecosystem in Europe of around 1 million workers. For direct activities, space activities are not direct, also generating a year today 53 billion euros. This is also an important business, but we have also some ideas of what will be this business in 2040, and we speak about 1 trillion euros of space activities, direct or indirect activities. And also to support the European companies, because one of the key missions of ESA is to support the industry, the European industry, first and foremost. This is one of our key missions. And how is it possible to do it? We have many ways to do it. First, to apply this European preference when we have to select companies to develop a new capacity, but also to support the startups, also the small, medium enterprises as well, to give them access to the space context, to provide the technical support, to give them expertise, to imagine possible new business activities, business opportunities for them. And we have different instruments for this. And we have what we call the PHI labs. PHI is the Greek letter for science, etc., laboratories. And we are putting in place in the ESA member states these PHI labs. In Italy, for instance, we have a PHI lab dedicated to artificial intelligence. In Norway, it's a PHI lab dedicated to the Arctic issues. In Finland, it's for the geospatial activities. In Spain, in the spatial domain of Spain, it's for commercialization in particular. So, and we have also what we call the BIC, the Business Incubator Centers. Today we have around 40 from memory, BIC, Business Incubation Center, to strongly support the startups to be more efficient. And there is no exchange of money with these BICs if you want to create a BIC or a company, a space company in the future. This BIC system is very important to support. And we are generating also around 4,000 full-time jobs for these business incubation centers activities. About, I just mentioned the space activities. Also, we try to target, to identify the best domains to invest. And you have some key domains on the slide. One is about the climate. Climate change is, as you know, a big issue and triggering so many disasters or space or big extreme weather events. I mentioned before, floods, wildfires, etc. So climate is also a big domain to invest and to have a strong coordination. And by nature, by definition, climate is not a tricky domain because it's to save lives and to protect the populations. So there is no discussion on this domain. Another important area of interest is this in-orbit services. This is a very important domain because in the past it was a very limited in-orbit capacity. Just an example, to transmit Earth observation data to the Earth, to Earth. Usually we take, it's usually heavy images to download, to transmit. What we can do in terms of in-orbit services is to determine if this image in orbit is valid or not. If we have cloud coverage very important, the image is useless. No need to transmit the data, the image to Earth. So it's an example. In terms of refueling is very important because to extend the life of a satellite in orbit is something very interesting as well, because usually the life expectancy of a satellite is between 5 and 10 years. If we can save money and to extend this life, it's also something very important to do. Deorbiting as well, I will come back on this, but also Philippe this morning mentioned some example of how to clean a space from the different debris we can find. Space connectivity, this is a fantastic also bargain business. We have Starlink, Starlink, Kuiper, OneWeb, and now we have this Iris Square initiative from the EU, and ESA is contributing to also for the development of this interconnectivity system. Just to give the meaning of IRIS, infrastructure for resilience, interconnectivity, and security by satellite. Another important domain is the human space transportation, linked also to the space exploration. And there is a big business concerning the launchers today. We have also very important to guarantee the Ariane activities in the future. And it's done. We have an agreement with the 23 member states to give a minimum of activities to ArianeGroup, ArianeSpace for the Ariane systems launchers. For Vega C, the Italian system, it's also the same. We have an agreement to give perspective to this Italian system. But there is a new competition today concerning the small launchers. And we have to make big efforts to improve the situation in Europe. And at the moment, ESA initiated a new challenge, the European Launcher Challenge, for companies to propose small launchers capacities. In France, we have at least 6 companies. Latitude, it's a good example. Sirius, etc. And Maya also, but also in Germany and in Italy. And you can imagine if we have 10, 12, or 20 companies ready to propose small launchers, there is not a sufficient market for all these companies. At the end, we will select probably 1, 2, maybe 3 maximum for this small launchers capacity. So this is an ongoing challenge. Also to mention the fact that today we put in orbit around 100 satellites a year, and we plan in the near future to launch thousands of satellites. So there is again a big opportunity for the launching companies. So I said the perspective is about around 1 trillion by 2040. And today, strategic question at ESA EU level, is it possible to be a strong actor in this 1 trillion perspective in 2040? And the big weakness of Europe, usually we are acting separately, the EU, ESA, and the member states. Each actor is focusing on their own domain and to make sure that you have perspectives and activities, and the coordination is a weak point at European level. And ESA proposed also some possibilities to have a stronger coordination. And the first important coordination is between the EU and ESA for the space activities, and this is a big priority. If we want to be a significant actor in the future, we must be united and coordinated at European level. Just other figures from this Morgan Stanley Bank also. The same estimate, 1 trillion in 2040. Also, the main part of the market will be mainly internet applications will be the first big activity from space in the future, in the near future. Yes, to summarize this global context, I would like to say that we speak about new space. That means the private actors are now part of this general activity, space activities. There are many companies involved in the space activities. Even when we speak about artificial intelligence, quantum, etc., activities are not space as such, but are contributing also to optimize the space activities. These private actors are important, and also we speak about new space, but some companies are speaking about next space, what we can do more. And also, not only for the private actors, but for individuals also to be involved in the space activities. So at the moment, we are redefining the general perimeter of this space domain. Very important other issue is concerning the law, the space law. There is also a problem with the space law. I don't speak about the EU space law. I speak at the space law in general. We have this Space Treaty 1967, as you know. Plus, we have other following agreements following this Space Treaty. At the moment, we have to probably review the content of this legal context, legal contents for space. And the risk is to see more and more at national level, national space law. And it's the case today. We have Luxembourg is also has now its own space law. The Émirats Arabes Unis, the United Emirates, Arab Emirates, are also working on their own national space law. Artemis, this is a fantastic example of space activity with a legal context, and the US is playing a very good game, inviting other partners for bilateral agreements in the Artemis context, bilateral Artemis agreements, to finally to support the US space strategy. We are supporting the US space strategy to help them to go to the moon and to Mars. And my point of view as a European citizen, it's not a good option. This is my personal opinion. Because we are depending on the US colleagues. This is the first point. And we don't take our own fate in our hands for the future. With the hope to have one European astronaut on the moon, this is one of the key reasons to work with the US. But the positive aspect, because the new administration, US administration is not reliable, it's a way now to see what Europe can do at its scale, and in terms of autonomy to act in space and for space exploration in particular. I mentioned the EU space law. There is at the moment this EU space law to see how to regulate the space traffic management, the sustainability in space. Also to support the European companies. This is also one of the key purposes of this EU space law. So I said a fierce competition, and also to say that in terms of competition versus cooperation, we have domains of cooperation for science, space exploration. We find good possibilities to cooperate, but we have also many areas of competition in terms of commercial challenges, telecommunications, Earth observation, etc. So we have to find a good balance between cooperation and competition. The big actors are US, China, India, but also Africa. We are in touch with African countries. Africa is very active to develop space capacities. Now there is an African space agency. The headquarters is in Egypt, and they are very active in the future. And Africa will be a key actor in the future, for sure. So I will come back to describe the commercial context if you want later. Yes, in terms of exploitation of outer space resources. This is also an important domain for the future, exploitation of outer space resources. We have, I would say, material resources, mining. We have water, we have iron, nickel, etc., platinum, etc. But we have also, in terms of immaterial resources, frequencies, orbits, energy, etc. And at the moment, we have people working on these potential resources in space. The key question is the profitability, because to invest to exploit nickel mine on the moon, it's not for free. We have to deploy a huge energy and money for this, and it's a profitability issue. And the other important challenge is about the legal. Is it possible to legally to have this exploitation? Because as you know, the Space Treaty mentioned the non-appropriation of the moon, the celestial bodies, and space in general. And if we look at the Artemis agreements, you can read that they define what they call, I think the term is the security zones on the moon. That means if a spacecraft is landing on the moon, there is no possibility for other members to interfere in the perimeter around this. Is it a form of appropriation? So we have legal experts working on this, but this is for sure also an issue. And what is important, it's also all the problems we know on Earth, geopolitical problems, pollution, etc., environmental problems, to take care not to transfer the terrestrial issues and problems in space also, in terms of pollution, for instance, and to have to be very careful with the sustainability point. So, and just to conclude this first part, it's also to say again, the big issue in Europe is the competition between European countries. And I spent time in the European Union, in ESA, and when you are around the table with the 27 EU member states or the 23 ESA member states, the first and foremost, the first important reaction of each country is to protect, first and foremost, its own national interest. The collective interest is not the priority. And this is a big problem. So unity in Europe. There is also this other issue of geo-return, geographic return. This is in terms of money. So the ESA member states are investing money in ESA activities, and we give them the guarantee to reinvest this money in their national companies. So it was a good mechanism in 1975 when the ESA was created, because there was this guarantee for member states to invest money, but to see the money coming back to them. Now we have to discuss if it's still the good option. We speak more and more about the fair return. That means to select companies at national level with the minimum level of skills and competencies to be competitive. This is also a next step of this ongoing work. Important again to have a common ambition in Europe and to change this the vision into action, to change the vision into implementation. I would like to move now to the second part of my presentation about this EU space strategy for security and defense. This is again a very important document, an excellent document, by the way. The content of this document is this one. To recognize that space is a critical and a strategic domain for sure, and to consider competitiveness, prosperity, security, and autonomy are the key words you can find in this strategy, and in particular to accelerate synergies between space, security, and defense. And this is all the substance of the presentation of General Adam to how to make the best of these space capacities to support the security and defense challenges. Also, what is important as well is to understand a better understanding of the space threats, what is happening in orbit, the risk threats, also what Philippe presented before. And to have this European picture, it's important to have the contribution from the member states with their own capacities, telescopes, etc., to have, I would say, one single picture, picture of threats in orbit. This is important. And this is also something critical because to know what is happening in orbit, in outer space, it's a sensitive information. And If we want to have a regularly updated picture of threats in orbit, we need to have a regular support from the member states. And this is also a point. Is it possible for the member states to give on a regular basis this kind of information to have an updated picture of what is happening in outer space? Resilience, of course, to protect our space systems, to find solutions to respond to the threats, and also in terms of cooperation, this is an important pillar of this EU space strategy, to identify the good partners. So we have in the paper the US. It's maybe no more the best option, I don't know. But also with NATO are also important partners for the space and defense activities, because as you perfectly know as well, that space is an operational domain, and Sylvain will probably say a few words on this later. What is the analysis of this strategic space strategy? Again, a very important step, an excellent paper. Also to examine the different capability steps mentioned in terms of governmental services, in terms of extension of the Galileo model. Usually in Europe, we consider that Galileo, this PNT capacity, is a reference because it was a big challenge. They started the Galileo process 30 years ago, and now we have a fully operational service, more precise than GPS, a better system than GPS. And usually when you use your mobile phone, usually you say it's a GPS data. No, in practice, now mainly you have Galileo data for your positioning and navigation. So it's important to extend this model. Confirmation of Iris Square. This is also an important political step. In terms of transport, it's also to find a good balance, I mentioned before, at European level for the launchers, and to be also competitive. SpaceX is very active. And there is also kind of dumping, as you know, from the US authorities to support their companies and to pay a lot for them, to support them. In Europe, we cannot apply the same model. We are not the same resources, we are not the same philosophy, I would say. Partnership again, and also need for future synergies. So in this paper, the EU space strategy, we have ESA mentioned a couple of times, 6 times exactly in the documents, to underline the capacity of ESA in terms of technology. It's a good recognition, I would say. And in terms of industrial policy, again, how to support the European companies. So I will not elaborate a lot on this. The ESA position. To summarize the ESA position concerning this EU space strategy publication, the fact that in Europe, to lead a complex architecture of space systems, ESA is the best. It's not because I'm working for ESA and paid by ESA, I'm telling you that, but it's a reality. And in terms of procurement, the knowledge of the companies, the industry ecosystem, the industry fabric. We have also a very good knowledge. We have probably the best engineers and researchers in Europe and in the world. Some of them are very at top level. And so we have all the possibilities to support this implementation of the EU space strategy. And I said before, the critical technologies is a key aspect, and ESA is actively working on this in this domain. What is important also to say, when we speak about security and defense, we immediately think about classification, classified data, or sensitive data. And also ESA is, I can say it, and because in my military life, I handle sensitive or classified data at secret level or and beyond. And I can tell you that in ESA, we have a level of protection of data. It's remarkable. Even to use an ESA mobile phone, you need 3 or 4 password to have access to your system. And everything is under control, and I would say more than at EU level, and sometimes compared to some national environments as well. So ESA is very well protected to handle and to perform sensitive activities. And the last point I would like to mention is this work with the Commission. I said it is essential. And is it not possible, again, today for the EU to implement capacities without ESA? For the reasons I gave before. So at the moment there is a strong connection, partnership between our Director General and the new Commissioner Kubilius to see what is it possible to do in an intelligent way between EU and ESA in the space field. The third part is this one. Just a few words about what, as you know, to guarantee the good use of space systems for military operations, notably, it's important to have security or safety in space. And this is what we plan to do. So, in space first, and also referring to the presentation of General Adam. And it's possible then to use a space system for ground activities and ground operations, for instance. Just to give you small examples, probably you know these examples of the anti-satellite test. This is also, we have 4 countries in the world who perform this, anti-satellite tests. The US, of course, Russia, China, and India, as you know. And you have this example of the Fenyung 1C anti-satellite test in 2007. And it was a kinetic kill vehicle against a weather satellite, a former weather satellite, at 800 kilometers, generating 3,000 pieces of trackable size, but in practice, more than 150,000 small particles. This is also a big point. Also, this collision it was in 2009, sorry. It was between the Cosmos 2251 satellite, a Russian satellite, telecommunication satellite, no more active, with an active commercial satellite, US satellite, Iridium 33, and also generating at 800 kilometers altitude more than 2,000 new pieces. And also the same issue. Initially, we wonder if this collision was they did it on purpose or it was just an accident. A priori, it was more an accident in this case. And we of course plan these similar events in the future in a more frequent way because, as you know, we have more and more objects orbiting in space. This example as well in 2016 concerning one Copernicus satellite, Sentinel-1A, a radar satellite. Also on the solar panel, it was an impact of a very small piece, less than 1 centimeter. The effect is more than a grenade, and we had this big impact on the solar panel. Just for you to inform, to tell you that concerning the ISS, the International Space Station, every year this ISS is as a maneuvers to avoid debris also, so it's something regular also for the ISS to have this kind of avoidance activity. Also concerning the space weather, we mentioned the debris, but also the space weather, these solar flares, des éruptions solaires with the big interferences on the electromagnetic spectrum. And we have this famous example in March 1989 in Canada, also with big blackout, power blackout in Canada, with 6 million people without electricity. So it's something we have to take into account as well. Also to mention this example of the fireballs, raining fireballs in Russia in 2013. Also, it's more a meteor phenomenon to mention. So the protection of the planet from this kind of events is also important. I would like now to move from security from space, and to give you some concrete examples. So you know the international situation with these different situations. I mentioned wildfires and floods, etc., but also at sea in terms of pollutions and other illegal activities. We have also a lot to do. In terms of cybercrime as well, we take into consideration the cyber issues in the general security picture. So what is important with the space system is to first to anticipate before a big event. If we cannot anticipate, is to be in a position to react and to have the capacity to deliver services in real time, at least in near real time. And also the recovery phase is also important to rebuild when a context is totally destroyed, to use space systems for urban planning, for agriculture, etc. So we have these 3 steps before, during, and after to examine. So you have also the different challenges on this slide. I mentioned already before, in terms of emergency response. Very important, because I said to you before that we don't develop systems just to have very pleased researchers, but it's also to have concrete application of these space activities. And the best way to have concrete and useful achievements is to have a contact with the end users. End users, the people on the ground, facing on the everyday critical situations. And you have examples of the different organizations we contacted to take into account their needs. How is it possible to meet these needs? So you have example of this refugee agency, the UN, also the OSCE, the Organisation pour la Sécurité et la Coopération en Europe, the World Customs Organization, the Red Cross, etc. So we have regular meetings with these actors to better understand their needs again. What is important? Space. Usually space is considered, and if you read the space documents of the European Union, sorry to target the EU again, but they consider space like different slices. Earth observation, separately, telecommunication, another pillar, PNT, navigation, positioning, etc., launchers, etc. All the activities are separated. What is important is to deliver integrated services to the end users, that is to have an horizontal approach and to combine the different capacities between them. This is what ESA is proposing in the program at the next ministerial conference this year with the 23 member states. We will define the priorities and the budgets for these activities. And it's the sense of this slide. So it's to illustrate the fact that we want to interconnect satellites between them in orbit, but also not only satellites between them, but also with the aerial capacities, with drones. You noted also that in Ukraine, drones are very useful. So it's important also to have this connection with the aerial capacities, also with the ground capacities as well, and to have this network of connection. So connectivity will be the link between these different systems. On the picture you have, we mentioned Copernicus, Galileo, etc. And we want also to use the Internet of Things and all possibilities to have this interconnection more effective. And you can realize, you military people, when you are in the field, in the middle of nowhere, with no connection, you cannot lead your battle correctly. So this is also another issue, what we call the last kilometer connection for the people lost in the middle of nowhere, to guarantee that you have access to services and data when needed. At any time, of course. Just a few examples to conclude my presentation. This flood analysis, we used only open data. In this case, it was a Sentinel data from the Copernicus system. It's a multi-date product. And you can see at these different dates, we monitored the evolution of the flood situation and the impact of this flooding context on the lines of communications, on the economic activities, agriculture, etc. And this product, this kind of products, is very useful again for the economic actors, for the populations in the field. It was in Mali, by the way. Another example, and I need your support now to give me the interpretation, but Shana, you know the answer. No, I don't ask you the question. Just to show you this, it's a migration situation. It's the Turkish coast, if you have Turkish colleagues. And you know that the migrants are using the coastline to cross, to go from Turkey to Lesbos, to Greece. This is the entry point for Europe. And with the satellite, it's possible to monitor these migration activities. Between the two pictures, we have a 4-day difference between the two pictures, and you see a difference probably between the two pictures. And the question is, what are these white dots we see on the second picture? Do you have an idea? There is a trip, a travel to win, to go to Tahiti for 2 people, if you find. Don't say it, don't say it. So just to give you the answer of this, in fact, the migrants are using inflatable boats to cross the sea, and they need also engines for the propulsion, and they are buying these engines, and the cardboard packaging of the engine, this is a package. When they use the engine, they throw to the floor this cardboard, and we see a white dot on the picture. It shows an activity, migration activity in this case. Another example is this one, concerning it was in Libya in 2011 during the conflict in Libya, and also the civilian populations were in a critical situation, and they, if you can see, they wrote in the sand, "Help us." The first conclusion is the fact that they know that we have observation capacities orbiting, and it was a way for them, for these civilian people, to say that we need your help to save our lives. And we use this product. At the time, I was the director of the EU Satellite Center. I gave this product to the High Representative of the European Union, Madame Mogherini at the time, to say, Madame Mogherini, we have this terrible situation. Is it possible to do something? And so we had the proof with an image on this. Another interesting context is this one, and you remember probably this context. Sorry, just to check the dates. You remember this first summit between Kim Jong-un and President Trump. It was in June 2018. The first summit took place in Singapore. It was a positive summit, the concrete, with the new constructive relations to establish a lasting and stable peace on the Korean peninsula, and also the denuclearization of the peninsula was the key topics discussed during the first summit. The second summit, this one, took place eight months later in Hanoi, Vietnam. Also to finalize a possible agreement, to sign an agreement between the two leaders. And as you know, this second summit was a total failure with no agreement, no signature. But officially, the two countries said it was a good and constructive discussion. In fact, not. And we have, with satellites, it was possible to follow the situation. And if you consider the first picture, the upper part left, it was in May 2018, so 1 year before the second summit. This is a nuclear site in North Korea. So 1 year before, this nuclear site is fully active, fully functional. Everything is working. The second picture, it's written partially dismantled. It was on the 15th February 2019, so 1 week before the second summit. And we see the North Korean actors are dismantling the site. But they are dismantling only the mobile objects, the mobile cranes, the flexible tanks, the different shelters, the storage areas. They remove them from the picture. to show their goodwill just before the summit. The summit is a failure, and 3 days after the summit, they are reinstalling everything. And a couple of days later, the site is again fully operational. So just important to accompany when there is a political event, also to use these satellite capacities to have the reality of the situation. I would like to conclude with a couple of slides just to say that what is important for ESA, again, is to have a perspective objective for the future. And we have 3 big objectives. We call them accelerators. It's concerning 3 main domains: space for a green future, a rapid and resilient crisis response, and protection of European space assets are the 3 key domains we identified with the member states. And we are going to translate these main objectives into programs, concrete programs for implementation. And we have also a bit of poetry, the 2 inspirators, European human space exploration. This is also part of the big objectives, as you know. And also this IC Moon Sample Return Mission. This is also an objective. It's a way to mobilize technology to perform this fantastic challenge in the future. So the main domains of evolutions are the nano satellites, you know, the CubeSat, these very small satellites, 10 centimeter side. Also to deploy not only a big satellite, but a mega constellations more and more today. It's why you have so many objects in orbit. And to use all the technical possibilities, artificial intelligence, quantum, etc. And also to combine again satellites with drones, big drones. We speak about perhaps high altitude pseudo satellites, for instance, for the future are some of the big targets. I mentioned before the critical technologies, and just to refer to this study, this is an Australian Strategic Policy Institute. They identified 64 critical technologies in the sensing domain, artificial intelligence, robotics, quantum, biotechnology, etc. 64 critical technologies. China is mastering 53 of the 64 technologies, critical technologies. The US, it's 11 critical technologies, and Europe, 0. This is the situation. This is a view of this institute. And to conclude the presentation, just a few words about the possibility to work in a better way between ESA and the European Union to implement this space strategy. Just to say that very important is to guarantee also the continuity of existing systems, because we don't start from scratch all the time. We have existing Copernicus, Galileo. It's important to guarantee the evolution of these systems in the future. Also, in terms of space domain awareness services, this is also a big domain we are considering to support also the European Union. Industrial policy, this is key again. The launchers, I repeat what I said before, and the key competencies of ESA to implement concretely with the industry companies also for this. And the question of governance, this is also a critical question in terms of governance, because if we develop collective capacities, it's important to know how we can use these collective capacities in a collective way. As an example, if we have a big collective Earth observation capacity, a dedicated EU collective Earth observation system, when there is a crisis, we have the 27 member states. They have a guaranteed access to the system. But in terms of priorities, what do we do? If the 27 member states are tasking the system at the same moment for the same conflict, but for 27 different needs, how is it possible to organize? Who is the first to be satisfied? This is an issue we are discussing with the EU also for the future. And this is the last slide. The takeaway and the pending issues in particular. So the technical dimension is never a problem. We find solutions. We have, again, fantastic researchers. It's always possible to find solutions in the technical domain. What is key is in terms of political priorities, the the budget linked to these priorities. This is the reality. If we have the money and the political will, we can do something. This is a first important point. Again, to insist on this coordination between the three main European actors, the EU, ESA, and member states. This is also essential to support our industry ecosystem. And also, when we speak about autonomy, usually we use this expression of strategic autonomy. By the way, if you find a good definition of the strategic autonomy, I am very interested, because we have many small definitions, but not really a good definition, because this strategic autonomy includes also technological aspects, also competitiveness is also part of this autonomy as well. I mentioned before cooperation versus competition, and the evolution of the legal context will be a very important pillar of this approach. So what my main conclusion is this one: it's important to accelerate the use of space. We have systems, we have capacities to develop new ones, but we have to accelerate their use, in particular for security and defense. Thank you very much. So apparently I was very clear. It's good. You are exhausted. This is my conclusion.
I'm Cadet Lomont from the 2024 entry in the French Air and Space Force Academy. Thanks for the presentation. You talk about space mining operation and laws about it, like you can't mine celestial bodies. But who will enforce these laws, and how will they enforce it? It's not like you can protest on a mining site on the moon.
Yeah. No, it's a very important question about this. So at the moment, to my knowledge, we don't have a mining mechanism in place, or already companies, private actors exploiting outer space resources. For me, through your question, the key issue is the following one: is today the most advanced countries are the first to be on the moon and to start exploiting mining. For mining activities, and what about the less advanced countries for the future? So there is also this aspect to consider. It's important to have to specify the legal context. How is it possible for mining activities? What is important also is this for the space exploration. Because for the long-distance exploration in the universe, it's not possible to come back to Earth to have access to resources. We have to find resources in space. And the moon, for instance, will be a kind of a springboard, a tremplin to go to Mars or other planets in the future. And to use in particular the water, it's a solid water, ice, on the moon. Also other materials we can use. We speak about the regolith on the moon. This is a kind of dust. And also to build a permanent station on the moon with a permanent human presence is also a point. So we have, I would say, the economic or business aspects to examine, but also in terms of science exploration to see how these resources will be useful for the future. I'm not sure that I answer your question, but it's my answer.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Trainee Cadet Loer from the 2024 entry at the French Air and Space Academy. I have a question regarding SDA capacity. Is ESA trying to build its own, or it relies on its member? Thank you.
Yes. A very important question. The fact that ESA is working for its member states. we are not working for us, for ESA. We are working for our member states. It's why I said before that we have these optional programs, optional activities, because the member states themselves define what they want to do in the space. And they have at their disposal our technical support, our knowledge of the industry field for them. What is also important to say is the fact that it's of course possible, I would say it's mandatory for ESA to make proposals. Sometimes we have this remark from some member states to say, no, you have to take a passive position, waiting our request to start working. It's stupid, totally stupid. Because ESA has the good position to know the big picture of the different member states. We know what Germany wants, what Slovenia wants, etc. And it's possible to determine some possible synergies between these different member states and to make proposals. And also for the cooperation with the European Union. As you know, there is an ongoing work for this future system, the Earth Observation Governmental Service, EOGS. This is what the EU would like to do, to develop. And ESA is the perfect actor to support. And at this stage, ESA proposed a program to support the implementation of the EOGS, EU capacity, with an initial program, ERS, European Resilience from Space. This is a big component, could be the first step of the EOGS EU capacity in the future. So, and ESA, the Director General, made this proposal to the European Union to start working on this big EU objective. And yes, so we have this capacité, force de proposition au niveau de l'ESA. Pardon. Kimberly.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a question about the Artemis program. As it has been challenged by the Trump administration and the cut budget, could it be possible for ESA to take the lead on a future program for Europe and the moon?
From a technical point of view, probably. Afterwards, it's mainly a question of political decision. ESA is not a political actor at all. We are taking into account the various national policies or EU policies, but we are not a political actor. It's important to understand the political decisions and then to make proposals in technical terms, in research and development aspects. If we stop this cooperation with the US for Artemis, it will be very complicated to do it. We have. We will speak this afternoon with Jean-Daniel about this exploration possibilities. We have competencies with telescopes to Hubble and James Webb to explore the universe. We can send also probes or spacecrafts to explore different planets, Jupiter, Saturn, etc. But for human space exploration, it would be much more complicated. Political and money are the two ingredients we need.
Officer Cadet Bourgeois, entry of 2024, the French Aerospace Force Academy.
J'entends pas.
Thank you, Mr. Major General, for your conference. My question is, how is ESA, and if it's the case, how ESA is dealing with individual member state behaviors to keep up with state agencies such as NASA, the Chinese one, or JAXA, which may develop faster than ESA?
Je ne suis pas sûr d'avoir compris la question. Non, c'est parce que j'entends pas, c'est pour ça.
My question is ESA taking a political decision and is interfering in the individual behaviors of its members in order to cooperate and develop faster than state agency if it's the case with only one actor, one political actor.
Bon, avec l'âge, on est un peu sourd. If I understand your question about cooperation, so we have different levels of cooperation. A national space agency can cooperate with NASA, with JAXA, with the Indian Space Agency as well. And we have this normal cooperation with the different national space agencies. It's possible to have a kind of federation, I would say, or to a more synergetic approach with cooperation between a European Space Agency representing 23 member states with other big space agencies in Japan or the US, for instance. It's why we have in ESA, in any case, a dedicated office for these external relations to make sure that we have no interferences between what is done at the national level and what we can do at European level. And also with the European Union, we have also a dedicated discussion about this cooperation approach. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, General, for your presentation. So now it's a lunch break. So for the first year cadet and the foreign cadet of the different delegations, the lunch will be served at the cadets' mess. And for the other people, meaning the lecturers, guests, and members of the staff, the lunch will be served at the officers' mess. So you can, for the foreigner cadets, just follow the first year cadets. They will show you the pass. Thank you. And please be back at 1:15. The next presentation is at 1:15. Thank you.
Ah, voilà la star. Écoutez un peu. Vous pouvez l'entrer par le discret. Donc, on ne peut quand même pas rentrer. Bon, ça va? On se casse juste à partir de donner le micro et puis de laisser.
Vous allez bien? Ah, ça va très bien, merci. Vous passez pour la conférence, hein, vous êtes aussi au Serious Game. Ah, dans la White Tail, ok. Comme ça, vous pouvez voir de l'autre côté. Vous vengez là et... Non, vous n'aurez pas ça. Oui, oui, là, c'est que la journée jusqu'à 17h.
Effectivement, j'avoue que...
Oui, parce que j'ai pris un sac et je me dis, ah, bah, j'ai tout pris sauf ça. Ah oui, alors là, non, alors j'ai un espace.
Oh shit. Ok. Il est dans le dos. Pardon. Ouais. General officers, non-commissioned officers, non-commissioned members, and civilians. Today, we have the honor of welcoming Colonel Sylvain Debar, who in a moment will present the NATO Space Center of Excellence as the hub for space expertise and strategy. Before handing over to you, Colonel, allow me first of all to introduce your rich career to your audience. Married and father of 2 children, you were born on April the 1st, 1980. You joined the French Air Force on August the 29th of 2001 at the French Air Force Academy in Salon de Provence Air Force Base as an engineer officer cadet. In 2004, you were assigned to Cambrai Air Force Base, where you were in charge of the management of a Mirage 2000 fleet, especially within the fighter squadron 02-012 Picardie. You participated in numerous international exercises as Mirage 2000 technical manager in Scotland, Brazil, Italy, the United Arab Emirates, and were deployed in 2007 to Siolai in Lithuania as part of the Baltic States Air Police operation called Balto. In 2009, you were selected to attend the famous Superhero Aerospace Institute in Toulouse, where you studied engineering for 2 years, specializing in aerospace propulsion systems. In 2011, you were appointed Professor of Propulsion, Thermodynamics and Flight Mechanics at the French Air Force Academy for the benefits of French Air Force cadets. You then became head of the Aerospace Vehicle Department and, in 2016, Deputy Commander of the Academic Department of the French Air Force Academy. In 2017, you joined the Strategic Air Command and the Boeing KC-135 Maintenance Squadron in East Air Force Base. You were then engaged in multiple deployments in Chad, Operation Barkhane, then in the United Arab Emirates, Operation Shamal, as KC-135 Technical Manager. Laureate of the War College the same year, you became Deputy Commander of the KC-135 Maintenance Squadron in 2018 and took over the command in 2019. Between 2021 and 2023, you completed your Command and Staff College course in Germany within the German War College at the Führungsakademie der Bundeswehr in Hamburg. Promoted to Colonel, you became the Director of the NATO Space Center of Excellence on August the 21st, 2023. Finally, you are a Knight in the National Order of Merit, holder of the Silver Medal of the National Defense, and the Medal of Protection of the Territory. Colonel, I respectfully yield the floor to you.
Merci beaucoup. Well, thank you very much for these kind words. I think something was missing at the very beginning because I actually entered the École des Pupilles de l'Air in 1998 as well. So I think it was something to mention as well. So generals, officers, distinguished attendees of this Space and Defense seminar. Firstly, I would like to thank the French Air and Space Force Academy for the invitation and for letting me the opportunity to come here and to participate to this seminar and to present you the NATO Space Center of Excellence. I know that it's not the best time slot ever to do that, so I will try to keep you as awake as possible. We will see at the end, and I will make sure that you will have time for Q&A. And I'm sure that if the tradition is still the same after a couple of years, I'm sure that your hierarchy made sure that there will be at least one question at the end. We'll see. All right, so let's move on to the NATO's approach to space. I think it's very important to draw the context of the establishment of the NATO Space Center of Excellence before going into details regarding our activities and the challenges that we have in front of us. When you look at the global history for how NATO is considering space, you need to go back in 2019. And in 2019, NATO released its military strategy, and it was the first time that NATO recommended to consider space as an operational domain. It was actually a game changer. Why? Because that means that we need to consider space exactly the same as the other components. I mean air, land, maritime, and cyber. Cyber was, by the way, the latest operational domain declared within NATO in 2016. So it's a huge milestone for NATO regarding the way NATO would like to implement space within its operations. So space was declared as an operational domain in December 2019. As I will explain it more in details later on, you will see that NATO relies mainly on allied capabilities, and NATO decided to rely on two dedicated space centers. The first one is what we call the NATO Space Operational Center, which is in Germany, in Ramstein. And this space center is actually dedicated to build up what we call space domain awareness. We already talked about it earlier in this seminar, and establishing the core command and control space structure for NATO. So this operational center is mainly focuses on short-term issues, operational issues, and on the other hand, it was decided to establish a dedicated center of excellence for space. Two nations were candidates to host this Center of Excellence, France and Germany. And in January 2021, the Military Committee of NATO decided to give it to France. So we were on a specific phase between 2021 and 2023, which was what we call the establishment and accreditation phase. And during this phase, the core structure of the NATO Space Theory was established, and then the NATO Space Theory has to show to NATO that this structure fulfills NATO requirements, that we are fully able to support NATO following NATO standards, and so on and so on. At the end of the process, we got what we call a NATO accreditation. So, you need to know that the NATO Space Center of Excellence is only a center of excellence among others within the alliance. By the way, once you identify the specific domain of interest for NATO, a nation could offer the possibility to establish a dedicated center of excellence. So you have 30 centers of excellence, and each center of excellence has a specific domain of interest. So you have a center of excellence for cyber, which is in Estonia. You have a center of excellence for air power. You have a center of excellence for modeling and simulation. You have a center of excellence in Lyon for air operations, and so on and so on. But the idea is exactly the same among all these centers of excellence. Our aim is to provide expertise, work power, and we do that through 4 main pillars, which are basically concept development and experimentation, doctrine and standardization, education and training, and analysis and lessons learned. So the idea is to avoid any duplication of effort within all these COEs. That's why we need to deconflict our different program of works. It is very important to know that even if we are working for the benefit of NATO, we are not directly a NATO entity, so we are not directly under the NATO headquarters umbrella. We are what we call an international military organization with our own legal status. Once we got our accreditation in 2023, it was on July the 14th, by the way, during the Vilnius summit, we got this specific status, and we are actually not allowed to speak on behalf of NATO. Why? Because for each NATO nation, you can decide the level of involvement you want to have in each COE, and then you have the possibility to sponsor the Center of Excellence. So you have Center of Excellence with 2-3 nations. You have the Cyber Center of Excellence with 30 nations out of the 32 nations in the alliance. And for the NATO Space Center of Excellence, we have already 15 nations involved as what we call sponsoring nations. It means that we are not directly led by NATO or the NATO command structure. We are directly led by a steering committee where each sponsoring nation sits, and every strategical decision is actually taken within the steering committee. So all our activities, space activities, and the activities that will allow us to provide support NATO are directly decided by the steering committee. So program of work, budget. I have my own budget, which is directly funded by the nations. So we are not a French entity. We are not under the French Space Command umbrella. But we are not under the NATO HQ umbrella neither. So we have our own autonomous status driven by a steering committee, and it allows us to be very flexible and to give the best flexible, agile support possible for the benefit of NATO. So I just mentioned the 4 pillars that we have within our organization. I will explain you more in details what we do and what kind of activities we conduct for the benefit of NATO. Firstly, concept development and experimentation. So we have this branch in order to identify what could be the new concepts, the new technologies, or the new capabilities that could be of interest for NATO. It's very important for us to make sure that we won't miss any promising capabilities, and that we don't miss any game changer in the space domain. And as you know, and it was already mentioned this morning, the space industry just does not wait for us, and then we need to make sure that we identify the right capabilities at the right time. So we actually monitor the space trends, and we need to make sure that we encourage every capabilities within NATO and within the allies. So that's what we do through this specific branch concept development and experimentation. Once you identified the capabilities, you need to have kind of user's manual, how you would like to use them, a common framework, and that's what we call the doctrine. That could be surprising, but within NATO, so far, for space, the only approved document that we have for doctrine is a very small chapter, which is included in the Air Operation Doctrine, what we call the AGP 3.3. So a single chapter within the AGP 3.3, it's not sufficient at all to respond to every challenges that we have in front of us in the space domain. So it was decided to establish a specific NATO Space Operation Doctrine, which is the AGP 3.29. And on behalf of NATO, the NATO Space COE has a specific role because we are officially the custodian for this space doctrine. It doesn't mean that we are writing this doctrine by our own. It means that we are in charge of the management of a writing team. And within this writing team, you can imagine that we have a lot of stakeholders. You have basically all the nations, the NATO nations. You have all the NATO space stakeholders. So obviously us, NATO Space COE, but you have the space branches for the NATO headquarters as well. You have the NATO Space Operational Center. They are basically our customer for this doctrine. And you need to find a consensus within all these stakeholders to make sure that you will have the best doctrine possible for NATO. The idea is to deliver this doctrine by 2026. So it's one of the main important tasks that we have on behalf of NATO. So you identify the capabilities, you identified the doctrine on how you want to use them. Now it's very important to have well-educated and trained people in space to make sure that you are ready to fight in the space domain. That's why we have an education and training branch. Once again, the NATO Space COE has a dedicated task on behalf of NATO because we are officially the department head for the space discipline. Within NATO, you have 30 disciplines for education and training, and space is one of them. And as a department head, we need to manage education and training for space for the whole alliance. It means that we need to start from the beginning, which is the need, the operational need. So basically, the job descriptions that you need to fill in, the job descriptions that are linked to the space domain, until the solutions or the education and training solutions. That could be basically space courses, that could be exercises. So space courses, it's individual training, and exercises, collective training. So that's what we do as a department head. Regarding the collective training, it's one of the biggest tasks that we have as well, because for collective training, for exercises, NATO has a specific series of exercises, which are the steadfast series exercises. It's huge exercises with thousands of participants from the 32 nations. It is conducted from Stavanger in Norway, but it involves a lot of the GFC, the Joint Force Command, in Naples, in Brunsum, and so on and so on. And within these exercises, you have a space component. The first time we implemented space within these joint exercises was in 2023, during Steadfast Jupiter 2023. And during this exercise, we took over the management of what we call the opposing forces cell for space, so the management of the space threats for these exercises. It's a huge investment because that means that you need to be there from the beginning of the exercise, which is not the execution of the exercise, but for the scripting, the scenario development, until the execution. So I have basically three persons involved at full time for supporting this activity. So for education and training, you have basically the space courses with this department head role, and you have the support to NATO exercises as well. Then we have analysis and lessons learned, and obviously the idea behind is to optimize the work process through the three first pillars. And we do that through the three space NATO functions, which are Space Domain Awareness, SDA, Operation Space Support, how space can support the other components by providing imagery, by providing PNT services, and so on and so on. And Space Domain Coordination, because as you can imagine it, NATO does not have any space assets by its own, but relies on the national space capabilities, and coordination is key for NATO to make sure that every stakeholder is communicating well to each other. So that's what we do. Moving on to the organization, as I already mentioned it, above us we have a steering committee. And you have depicted here in this slide all the 15 nations that are engaged, committed to the NATO Space COE as a sponsoring nation. So you have Belgium, Czech Republic, France, Germany, Greece, Italy, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, North Macedonia, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Spain, Turkey, and UK. It doesn't mean that it is a rigid structure, because that can evolve, meaning that for a NATO nation, it is very easy to ask to join the NATO Space COE. For instance, the United States in 2024, before November, asked officially to join the NATO Space COE as a sponsoring nation, so the process is ongoing, and once the existing sponsoring nation approved that, it's feasible for them to join. So I expect to have a US representative within the NATO Space COE by summer 2026. It's feasible for NATO partners to be part of the game as well. It's in our DNA to build up, to establish partnerships with other partners, I mean non-NATO partners. And within NATO, you have a couple of nations that have privileged relationship with NATO. For instance, Australia, Japan, South Korea, and so on and so on. And I'm pleased to announce that Australia officially asked to join the NATO Space COE as a contributing partner. Of course, it implies to have a dedicated agreement between the NATO Space COE and Australia, as Australia is not a NATO entity. Then, when you look at this organization chart, you have 43 positions within the NATO Space COE. Each position is actually flagged for a sponsoring nation. And then it's up to the nation to send people to Toulouse, following a dedicated agenda. So the director position is French officer. My deputy is from Germany, so the position is still in gray because the position is still vacant, but I expect to have a German representative by September 2025, so I need to wait at least a couple of weeks. I have a directorate with mostly French positions, so I have a legal advisor from France. This legal advisor mainly deals with all the legal aspects for the NATO Space COE, as we are an international military organization, and so on and so on. But it deals with all the space law aspects as well. And General Leguet just mentioned it earlier this morning, that space law is one of the biggest challenge that we have in front of us for every entity which is interested in space, because we have a framework which is not that clear at all, and a lot of challenges are directly linked with the space law topic. I have a strategy and technology advisors from France and from Luxembourg. I have a security officer. I have command and group support. And I have a financial controller, very important because, as I told you, I have a dedicated budget, so I need to monitor it properly. Then I have a chief of staff from Italy, and his daily job is to conduct, to prioritize our space activities that are ongoing through our 4 pillars. So you have all the pillars depicted here. So basically education and training. So the division head is from France, but I have members from Greece, from Belgium, and from other participants from France as well. Analysis and lessons learned. Only 1 position filled so far because we are still in the ramp-up phase, as we were accredited only 2023. I expect to have 2 additional members this summer from Portugal and from France. As you can see, there is a non-bid position within this division. It is actually the position which is dedicated to the United States. So I hope I will have a US representative next year to fill in this position. Doctrine and standardization. It's a turnover between Germany and Italy. So far it's a German representative who is the division head, but I have a staff officer from Czech Republic and from France. Concept development and experimentation. It's the first division which is full, so it's a good news. The division head is from Turkey, but I have a rep from UK, from the Netherlands, Spain, and Poland as well. And I have a support division with only French positions because basically their daily business is to deal with France regarding the support from France as the framework nation regarding infrastructure, regarding the support of the networks, because we are working on dedicated networks at the unclassified level, but at the NATO secret level as well. And France, as the framework nation, because the center is in Toulouse, in France, France is supposed to provide us every means that we need to conduct our activities. So that is where we stand on our way to the full operational capability. So far we are 33 people out of 43 positions. So already 12 nations engage with us, meaning that they already send us people. So 12 nations out of the 15. And you can see the 4th generation plan. So at the end of 2025, I am supposed to reach my full HR capacity with 42 positions. And it will be basically more or less 50-50 between the French positions and the non-French positions. So where are we? We are in Toulouse, France. Beautiful place to be. But it's not the only reason that we established a center of excellence there, because Toulouse is one of the richest space ecosystem in Europe, but in the world as well. So it's very nice for a center of excellence to be there, because it's very easy for us to find the synergies with all the space stakeholders that we have there. So, for instance, we are co-located with the French Space Agency, CNES, and the French Space Command. So we are in a temporary facility so far, but we are supposed to move on a dedicated new building by the end of 2025, and I will show you that more in details right now. So you have a couple of pictures of the project. General Adam just mentioned it earlier this morning as well. So you need to imagine that you have kind of here you have a dedicated area which is the south of the French Space Agency. In this area, you will have the future Space Force Base, French Space Force Base. So you have here the main building for the French Space Command, up to 500 people, more or less. And just next to it, you have the NATO Space COE building. And you have here the global Space Force base here. So we are supposed to move by October 2025. And it will provide us a lot of opportunities to develop our activities, and mainly in the education and training domain. For education and training, we will have in this building an auditorium with 60 places, more or less. We'll have 2 classrooms, and we will be able to provide space courses up to the NATO secret level for the benefit of NATO, but for the allies as well. So a lot of opportunities, and then we will have up to 63 positions in this building, meaning that we have the possibility to grow in the following years. As the framework nation, France invested around 12 million euros just for this building. So that's the project. That's reality, but it's not totally true, because this picture was taken weeks ago. And I can tell you that we monitor the project every single week, and we are on time to deliver. So you can see that all the external sides are okay. Now we need to establish all the connections, all the networks, and so on and so on. But we are on time to move latest October 2025. All right. What have we done so far since our accreditation? Regarding education and training, firstly, as I told you, we are in charge of the management of the opposing forces cell for space, meaning that we are in charge of all the threats simulation and the development of the scenarios and the injects which are linked with space for the NATO exercises. So we participated to Loyal LEDA, which is a NATO exercise dedicated to the land component, but with a space part. All the Steadfast series, the Steadfast exercises that are big exercises with thousands of participants. So we are involved each time in this exercise. And by the way, we are in Norway, in Stavanger, right now, to develop the scenario for Steadfast Deterrence 2025. Steadfast Deterrence is an exercise dedicated to escalation, meaning that it mainly deals with deterrence, and Steadfast Duel is more oriented on defense, so meaning that it's more or less kinetic. That's for NATO. From the national perspective, we contributed to AsterX in 2024, but in 2025 as well. I hope it will be the case in the following years. It's very important for us to contribute, because it's a kind of a win-win situation. Because for us, as the NATO Space COE, it means that we support one of our sponsoring nations by providing personnel. And then it allows us to leverage our IQ regarding the management of space exercises and basically the management of opposing forces for space to enhance our contribution to NATO exercises as well. So it's definitely something that we need to do and to continue in the future. Department head for the space discipline, I already mentioned that. It is formalized each year with a specific conference. It is the annual discipline conference, where we make an update in front of all the nations on where we stand to implement education and training for space within the alliance. And by the way, we chaired this conference just last week in Shape in Belgium. And it is formalized by what we call the DAP, Discipline Alignment Plan, which summarizes a little bit the analysis regarding the need that we have, the solutions that already exist, and the gaps that we have in between. So that's for education and training. Then for doctrine and standardization, as I told you, we are officially the custodian for the writing of this doctrine, meaning that we need to manage this writing team with a lot of stakeholders. The idea is to deliver it by 2026. There is an emergency here because definitely NATO needs to have its own space doctrine. So we already released the study draft number 2 for NATO. You can have 2 or 3 study drafts before entering what we call the harmonization and ratification phase. So we are on time. This study draft 2 is released, open for comments for every NATO stakeholders, and then we will take into account all the comments that we will have from the nations, the space branches from the NATO HQ, and so on and so on. But the target still remains the same, to deliver it in 2026. Sorry. For concept development and experimentation, as I told you just before, the idea is to monitor the space trends and to identify the best concepts for space that could be of interest for NATO. One of the main tasks that we have is to enhance interoperability for space. And when you think that NATO does not have any space assets by its own, it's very important to enhance the way the allied nations will communicate to each other and to share data, and specifically space data. So it's one of the biggest NATO priorities so far. And actually, there is a specific initiative, which is a NATO initiative, which is the Federated Mission Networking. So it's basically NATO nations, but not only, because we have Australia, Japan involved. And the idea is to establish or to develop common standards from the beginning of the process. So to make sure that when you develop a specific capability, you will do it according to a dedicated framework, which will allow us to communicate with the other stakeholders. And within this Federated Mission Networking, we have a space group, which is the Space Tiger Team. And the Space Tiger Team is actually led by France, by the way, but us, as NATO Space COE, we support the NATO headquarters to make sure that this working group fulfills the NATO priorities for developing interoperability in the space domain. So, for example, we organized a dedicated working group for the Space Tiger team in Toulouse just weeks ago, in the beginning of March. Then NATO Space War Game. So I'm aware that you are about to make kind of a serious game tomorrow. Then it will be up to you to be part of that. It's not only a game. I mean, it's a real NATO priority to enhance our way we can have simulations, we can anticipate the process of escalation, for instance, and NATO has the intent to develop its own space war game by the end of 2025. It will be conducted from the NATO headquarters in Brussels in December, and we support the NATO headquarters in the organization of this war game. If I go back to interoperability, you need to know that there is a big exercise dedicated to enhance interoperability within NATO, which is CWIX, CWIX, for Coalition Warfare Interoperability Exercise. It is conducted from Poland on a yearly basis. We have a dedicated training center there in Bydgoszcz, and there is specific areas for air, for maritime, for land, cyber, and from this year we have a dedicated space area. And the NATO Space COE will have the deputy lead on this space area to make sure that regarding space, we have the right test cases, we have the right capabilities, and that these capabilities are communicated to each other properly. So it will be in June, in mid-June, in Bydgoszcz in Poland. Analysis and lessons learned. So as I already told you, the first position was filled in early 2025. So we are just at the very beginning of the process. But we have a couple of challenges in front of us. And as you can imagine it, one of the main topics that we are interested in is the feedback from the Ukrainian conflict. And as you know, it was mentioned this morning as well, but if you look back in 2022, the very first attack from Russia was a cyber attack against space capabilities. So we have a lot to learn about the Ukrainian conflict and the way they manage it from the space perspective. And by the way, there is a dedicated center which opened a couple of weeks ago in Bydgoszcz as well. It's a NATO Ukrainian center, the JTEC, GATEC, and the idea is to provide support from NATO to Ukraine and then to get a real feedback from the Ukrainians to NATO on what they just experienced on a daily basis regarding the wars they are conducted. And for the space domain, they have a lot of things to learn about. Last point, monitoring space industry. As I told you, the industry is evolving very, very fast. So we need to be aware of that, to be aware of what are the capabilities that are under development, what is going on within the space industry. And in this framework, we are establishing 2 dedicated files for the benefit of NATO, but for the allies as well. So the first one is the Space Actors Register. So the idea is to have kind of catalog with every space stakeholder or the main stakeholders, and to have an idea of what they are doing, what kind of products and services they provide. That could be PNT, that could be imagery, that could be space domain awareness, a lot of things. And on the other end, we have the space emerging and disruptive technology. So it's not based on the actors, but it's based on the technologies. And the idea is to make a continuous picture on what are the capabilities that are under development and what could be the technologies that could be promising for NATO. And then we share these 2 dedicated files with NATO and with our allies. So we are a very young structure, so it's very important for us to continue to reach out to explain what we are not as well. That's why we participate to a lot of space events, as I do actually today. So we were in the US just a couple of weeks ago in Colorado Springs. There is a huge event, which is the Space Symposium in Colorado Springs. So it's very, very important for us to reach out, to explain what we do, what kind of support we can provide, what we are. We were in Paris for the Paris Space Week. We were in Germany for the Joint Air Power Competence Conference. We were in Paris for the Space and Defense Security Summit. We were in Japan. We will be in Le Bourget in a couple of weeks. So we'll have a booth there. So if you are there, please visit us. And a lot of other events. A very short focus on the NATO Space Week conference. We just had the very first edition a couple of days ago. Why? Because for a Center of Excellence, it's in our DNA to organize that kind of events to create emulation within the community of interest. So for us, obviously, space, and to gather space leaders, space experts, to create discussion, exchanges, and it will enhance our position as a NATO Space Week within the space community. So it's very important. So we just had the very first one at the end of April, between the 20th and the 30th of April. It was in Toulouse, and we had high-level experts and military space leaders. It was at the unclassified level, but for example, you have this picture with the main space commanders within NATO. So thanks to the support of the nations, we succeeded to gather these experts and to create a great emulation and network. We were supported by the space industry because, as you can imagine, it's not feasible to organize that kind of event just by our own, but we need the support from the space industry. So we had an exhibition area with different booths from the space companies. We had 22 sponsors this year. And we had around 300 attendees for this first edition. So pending the decision of our steering committee, I hope we will redo that on a yearly basis. All right, if we summarize a little bit, what could be our key activities regarding what we call the program of work, POW. For each branch, so for concept development experimentation, definitely one of the biggest steps that we have in front of us is to contribute to Civics 2025, so this big exercise dedicated to interoperability in June. We will be the deputy leader for the space area. The support to federated mission networking, FMN, to enhance interoperability for space is a continuous effort. Because we are only at the very beginning of the journey for that. NATO Space War Game, it will be conducted at the strategic level in the NATO HQ in Brussels in December 2025. But I expect to have other events or other war games from the tactical level to the strategical level. So maybe we will have a NATO Space War Game in Toulouse in 2026, pending the feedback of the war game that we will have in December 2025. For education and training, definitely the support to NATO exercises is a key for us. So Steadfast Deterrence 2025 and Steadfast Duel, the big one, it will be in October 2025. And then we will be in charge of all the management of the space threats during the exercise. Implementation of the discipline alignment plan, so that's for individual training, so the space courses. And as I told you, with the building that we will have by the end of the year, we will have opportunities to organize and to provide space courses for the benefit of NATO, but for the partners as well. And definitely we will have to build up specific new space courses. So we will start the process, obviously, this year. So that's for education and training. Doctrine and standardization. As I told you, the study draft 2 was released, open for comments from every nation. We will adjudicate all the comments that we have in October 2025. And the target is to have a doctrine ratified in 2026. It's very, very important to be on time because we need this doctrine to be able to stress it, to test it during the exercise, and to identify the gaps that we have. But we can talk a little bit more in details later on if you want to. Analysis and lessons learned, I already talked about it. Ukraine feedback for space is key through the JTech Center, which is in Poland. And obviously, I will involve the analysis and lessons learned division to have feedback about the NATO Space Week Conference, as we had just the first edition this year, to try to do better in the following years. That was for the program of work. If I summarize a little bit what kind of main challenges that we have in front of us, but in a general way, we need to continue to reach out within the space community, to continue to communicate on what we do, what we are, what kind of support we can provide. We need to maintain or to increase our space expertise within the NATO Space COE. For instance, I'm totally dependent of the nations regarding the Space COE members. So the nations decide or identify the people to go to the NATO Space COE. And even if I can say, yeah, maybe that could be nice to have someone with a space background, sometimes it's not the case. So I need to make sure that every Space COE member has the right space skills in order to maintain our level of expertise. We still need to prioritize our activities following the PUW, the program of work, because as I told you, we are still in the ramp-up phase. We are supposed to reach our full operational capability only in 2026. But in the same time, the number of requests that we had from NATO and from the nations have more than tripled up since our accreditation. And as I told you, we are 33 people out of 43 positions, so it's definitely not possible to do everything at the same time. So we need to prioritize, and it's the daily job of my chief of staff, who is coming from Italy. We will have to manage the transfer from the temporary facilities that we have right now within the French Space Agency site to the permanent building in October 2025. One of the biggest challenges is regarding the network, because we need to work at the NATO secret level, which implies to have a dedicated NATO secret network, and it's not that easy to manage, but so far so good. I will have to welcome the remaining nations by the end of 2025. So I will welcome in a few representatives from Portugal, from Romania, from North Macedonia, and I think I forgot the other ones, but then we still need to have all the positions filled in by the end of 2025. EU-ESA joining as the 16th sponsoring nation. I hope so. I really hope so. The process is still ongoing. I expect to have all the documents signed by the end of 2025 to be able to welcome a US representative during the summer 2026. But at the same time, I can have applications from other nations. For instance, Hungary was interested, as well as Sweden, Finland as well is interested, Canada. So let's see how we can integrate these potential newcomers. Australia joining as a contributing partner. I already told you that we need to develop partnerships with specific entities, even if it's not a NATO entity. Australia is still a NATO partner. So the official request to join was released. So now we need to go until the end of the process to welcome Australia, hopefully beginning 2026. And with the new building, the last positions filled in 2025, I hope we will be able to announce our full operational capability in 2026. And then, very hot topic, I would say, is how we will consider to grow in the following years. Because as I told you, in the new building, we will have up to 63 positions. So far, within the organization chart, we have 43 positions. So definitely, we can grow, and I was asked by the nations to offer them the possibility to grow and to see in which branch we need to improve a little bit our HR footprint, I would say. So I will do that for the next steering committee meeting, which will be in late May, in May 2025 in Toulouse. And I will suggest to the nations a dedicated increasing workforce plan until 2030. And hopefully I will have an approval in order to have more positions, up to 63 positions until 2030. Well, it's all that I have for you. I don't know if I'm on time or not, but that concludes my briefing, and I would be very glad to answer your potential questions. The cadet who was nominating by his hierarchy to ask a question.
Cadet Lemont from the 2024 entry of the French Air and Space Force Academy. Thanks for the presentation, Colonel. I was wondering how the Ukrainian war changed how space assets are used and if it modified space tactics.
Thank you very much for this question. Yes, definitely it's something that we need to take into account. You have a dedicated center for analysis and lesson learned, which is in Portugal, so for NATO, and space is obviously a part of that. And we need to take that into account. As I told you, the first capability that was targeted during the Ukrainian conflict was a space capability. And as General Adam just told you about it this morning, if you lose in space, you will lose for sure. So what's happening right now in the Ukrainian conflict will lead you to adapt a little bit or way to consider war fighting in space. I told you that we are writing the new space operation doctrine. Definitely, we have inputs from this Ukrainian conflict that we need to take into account to integrate in this doctrine. But the most important is to stress it and to test it during NATO exercises to make sure that we identify the gaps as soon as possible. That's one of the great challenges that we have in front of us. You can think about the duality of space as well, because the Ukrainian armed forces rely on a lot of commercial entities as well. And we can learn a lot about the way we can manage our relationship with the commercial sector during a crisis or a conflict. So that could be part of the response. I think you are down. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Colonel, for your presentation. I will take a very quick break, 5-minute break, until we make the adjustment for the next lecture, which is a roundtable. So again, a refreshment is served on the right corridor, and be back in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, hi everyone. Thank you very much for being here. I would like to thank you everyone for resisting the temptation to sleep. So I hope that now we are going to rejuvenate the audience and try to maybe to be more interactive. This is the principle of a roundtable. So, mesdames les officiers, merci d'être là. Voilà. This is my honor and pleasure to introduce and moderate very simply this roundtable. So we have something like 1 hour and a half maximum, and we are going to discuss about a critical topic that have been discussed and introduced from the very beginning of this event, which is related to the future of the space industry, and focusing on the evolution of the relationships between the actors. So we have a way of reading the interactions here, or the relationships, and we may categorize these relationships by using a simple framework, whether we are competing with others or maybe we can collaborate with them. And we have been discussing a lot about collaboration. We have been introducing this topic saying that space industry traditionally is based on cooperation, right? For a number of reasons. And maybe one of the main change that is currently affecting the global ecosystem is that competition is also a way of understanding and thinking about the relationship between private and private companies, but also public institutions. And this is a way of thinking about the evolution of the space industry itself. Before I'm going to introduce our distinguished speakers, maybe I can just provide you one simple element of definition of what new space is, so that maybe we can share a common understanding of what it is. So I found this definition, it's very difficult to find some consensus regarding the definition of space today and its current evolution. But here in this definition that is provided by the OCDE, OECD, there are a number of words that are relevant to understand what space industry is currently experimenting in terms of transformation, right? So we talk about new space. So new space is a combination of different forces. And these forces are clearly transforming what space ecosystem is from transforming a traditional industry that is dominated by government clients, for example, that has been funded and developed thanks to public investments, and this industry is clearly transformed. So this is a slide I've been presenting to our students here, so they know this very well. There are a number of words that are interesting, identifying the main domains or dimensions of change regarding the space industry, right? So we are talking about how a project are managed, how innovation is developed, how value is created and shared and distributed among partners. We are talking about new technologies. We are talking about new regulation framework. We are talking about new applications. So all of these dimensions are associated with this movement of transforming the space economy and industry. So this is the context. And in this new context, something is clearly changing. First is the behavior of the actors, and second, the interaction between the actors, whatever the type of actor we're talking about. And now we are talking about very diverse actors, big one, small one, public one, states, but also private companies and corporations, sometimes coming very far from the historical core of the space industry, coming from the tech business and so on and so forth. So this is the context. So in this context, we are going we have the pleasure to listen to presentations that are given here by our panelists. I don't know if it's the word, but speakers. So Hélène Blanchard is here. Hello, Hélène. So Hélène, so maybe you say if I'm wrong, but Hélène is the head of security and space program at ArianeGroup. Exactly, good. We have the pleasure to receive also Jean-Daniel Testé, who is here. maybe you already know him, who is the CEO of AAA Space, a private company. We also have the pleasure to welcome Jean-Pascal Breton, who is Vice President, Jean-Pascal Breton is Vice President of Defense and Security Advisor at Thales Alenia Space, which is one part of Thales Group, which is a very big entity. Romain Luquen also joined us, who is CEO of Aldoria company. Yes, thank you for joining us. Vincent Baudouin, Vice President at Latitude. Thank you for joining us, Vincent. And Yann Ledoux, CEO at Space Network Services. Okay, thank you very much for being here. So this is our pleasure to welcome all of you. So the idea is to listen to the individual presentations. And if you have questions, maybe you can keep this question with you for the end, at the end of all the presentations, and you can ask. And then we can also introduce discussions among all the presenters and with the audience. So the idea is to participate, right? So thank you very much for listening to me. And now I'm asking our first presenters. Maybe Hélène, if you want to start? Yeah. Okay, good.
Do you hear me quite well? Yeah? Is it better? Yeah? Mm. So good afternoon, all of you.
Comment on change l'effet?
Oh.
Okay.
Say yes, yes, yes.
I say yes.
You are with ArianeGroup dealing things. So thank you so much. Thank you for your introduction. So I'm head of Security in Space program within ArianeGroup. Security in Space, okay, thanks a lot, is in the Defense Directorate within ArianeGroup. I will not describe at all ArianeGroup because I think probably you well know quite well this company. Just in few words, we have two main products. This is civil launcher, so the well-known is Ariane 6. And the second product is for deterrence, is the M51, of course, for the sovereignty of France. And within this branch of defense program, we have developed security in space. And why? Because access to space is essential for ArianeGroup, especially when you want to deliver a launcher at the right orbit. You will see in one more slide that why, with a small storytelling, why we went to this activity, because it was a really need to be safe when we have to launch something in space and to make it at the right orbit. Is it also an essential prerequisite for a state sovereignty? Of course, when you are part of the deterrence of France, you need to have something that you have well-established things and things you want to deliver. And of course, as it has been said largely this morning and just before, this is a challenge to secure space because now space is everywhere, is end-to-end from the ground to the space is, I would say, a continuum in the battlefield. And I will quote something that is often said by the General Adam. It has been published in Air et Cosmos a few years ago now. And I think you have said it this morning also. Space has become a theater of operation like any other. That means it is the same as we can see on the battlefield on the ground. And when you are talking about space surveillance awareness, it is the foundation of space operation, and you must think now in a dual use. This means, it has been largely said before, you should think space as a commercial thing, but also a defense area. And I will say, for ArianeGroup, we think that permanent presence in space is like permanent presence in oceans. So it is the same continuum, and space maneuver is now a new strategic objective. And the increase of use of dual-use commercial capabilities and services for resilience, responsiveness, and ability is a new motto for us in ArianeGroup about this technology. So just the story about why we launched such activity within ArianeGroup. Well, in 2008, we had to launch the ATV Jules Verne, but just before launching ATV Jules Verne, US made a NASA fight on its own satellite because they were tackling issue with this satellite. So they make an ASAT, and when they make this ASAT on their satellite, of course, they have made debris. And 1 month later, we had to launch ATV Jules Verne. So what we have to do, we have made many computation within ESA and CNES to see if it was possible to launch just for safe. And within the computation, we used US database. And within this US database, we were quite comfortable to say, well, we can launch. So we launch. And of course, there is no problem on that point because the ATV was at the good orbit at the end. But during this time, US didn't allow to launch anything. Why? Because probably in their database, there is something else that was not allowing to launch any longer. From that statement, we said, well, it's no longer possible to make this like that. And we decided to make our own database to be able to launch safely. And in just 3 months, we were able to have a first, I would say, station to make some measurement with a telescope at ArianeGroup facilities. From this time, we developed a network of a sensor, ground sensors, optical ground sensors, and for now, at the end of March 25, we can say we have 40 sensors, survey and tracking in 15 seats over 6 countries. So we develop in small years, I would say 10 years, largest telescope ground network in Europe. In this slide, you can see also what we could see at the beginning of 2012, and we were the first to see the first first spy within some observation of satellites. And of course, we developed several software suites to be able to analyze and catalog things. So for now, sorry, there is some noise. I don't know why, but you have on the slide some the C2. I will say, je sais pas. Ouais. Bon. Without noise, it's better. You have on the map, of course, all the sensors that we have around the world. And the sensors today is in blue colors, and the one to be in the white color. And everything is controlled by a command and control. The schedules are done every day during the week, 24 hours a day. And of course, after we can compute, analyze, and realize several things to be able to provide data every day to our customers and make some observation of all around the world. And what I want to say briefly, Of course, if you want to have the best situation of your assets, it's important first to observe, after identify, monitor, and after you can protect your assets. And it is really important if you want to act and maneuver to raise space mobility. And this is the most important because in the next years and today, it is important to meet a commercial challenge that amplifies the need of securing space. So that was just the introduction about what we are doing currently at ArianeGroup. And just in a few words, perhaps if you want to remember just one thing, it is very data-centric. If you want to remember just one word, is the data is at the heart of all the systems. And if you think of space, you should think data first.
Thank you very much, Hélène. Maybe if you want to pass the microphone to the next one.
Okay, can you hear me? Very good. Okay, 45 years ago I was in the other side of the room, and I did not imagine that in that time I will be the CEO of a startup company of the new space in France. So it's quite difficult, just like said General Adam this morning, to project ourselves and to imagine what could be the future. I will start with some word about my company, AAA Space. The next one, please. AAA Space, of course, just like all the companies in this panel, is a world-class rocket science team first. We develop, we design, manufacture liquid propulsion engines that help the operators to bring more volume, more mass, faster and further in space for, of course, less money and hassle. We have been founded we found the company in 2022 in Bordeaux, and today we are around 20, exactly 24 today, people in the company. We have a self-funding about 1.6 million. That will be the only figure I will give today, I hope. And because we design, we have a big issue in terms of intellectual property. That's why so far we have 2 patents, and we have 5 more that are on the going process. What did we achieve? We achieved a first design for a flight engine in December 23. That was quite fast, and I will try to explain you in some word why. Because we have a mix in our team of young engineers coming out of the school, and we have a bunch of guys just like me, but more technical than I am, that help the youngest to go faster on the development. And the mix of young and old people is very, very interesting for a small company, because as you see, we are going very fast. We pass the system requirement review of our first product, the rocket pack, in December 24, and the same for the second product, which is more autonomous than the first one. About the commercial achievement so far, we were awarded of a big contract from CNES regarding the rocket pack and the autonomous rocket pack at the beginning of last year, and we were also chosen for a flight of demonstration by the EU, and the demonstration flight is scheduled at the beginning of next year, 2026. The Aquitaine region also granted us for some money for our industrial development that will come later. And today we have a bunch of customers, that means 5 LOIs and 1 MOU. Next one. Let me now come to the subject of our panel, that is space industry, the future of space industry. Just a few words to compare, and if you see the size of my slide, we have 3 boxes. The two top boxes things were going side by side, but not very linked. The new space company that started in around 2010, a little bit earlier in the US, a little bit later in Europe. And the feeling they had at that time was all space is dead and the future is ours. But of course they need fund. And I remember being in Colorado Springs in 2013, listening to Elon Musk when he was providing his famous conference in the big room with more than 500 people, and when he said to all the agencies directors that were on the first line that they are dead, they are finished. In fact, and you can imagine how they feel after this presentation of Elon Musk. So at that time, I will say in 2010, New Space was a little bit too arrogant. In comparison, the old space company, they were a little bit also arrogant, but the other side. Legacy, excuse me, yeah. Legacy company, you're right. In the real life, I never talk about old space, it was just for the presentation. You're right, legacy companies, that's more correct. At that time, they were not taking into account very seriously these small companies that were rising all over the world. And they predict that they were not serious and that they will fall very quickly. 10 years after that, 40% all over the world of the new space company have survived, and they took over major shares of certain markets in terms of observation, communication, for instance. And I have a list of companies, well, SpaceX, everybody knows it, Rocket Lab also, that's for the launch, Planet, Black Sky, Capella, ISI for observation, and Starlink and OneWeb is for SATCOMs. So the legacy company, once again, they started to be interested by this small company, and they start what has been called by the expert to have some relationship in terms of selective cooperation. Some example, Lockheed Martin and Terran Orbital, Blue Canyon and Raytheon, Thales Alenia Space and the Exploration Company, ArianeGroup and Maya Space, and British Aerospace System and Ball Aerospace. They select some small new space company and start to have a close relationship with them. Now and today, I mix everything because let's say the discussion between the two worlds has already started very seriously. And we are talking now about strategic acquisition and alliance. The example I put is Rocket Lab and Minaric, Privateer and Orbital Insight, and Aerospace Lab and EMOS. That means that you have two companies that have nothing to do with each other. One is a legacy one, and the other one is a startup or a new space company, but they are not working on the same subject. For instance, Rocket Lab is building rockets and launchers, and Minaric is building laser satellite-to-satellite communication. So they have a priori nothing to do with each other. But because they are complementary, they are not working on the same business, they decided to merge. And what could be the next? It is my own opinion for the next, after 25, so we are in 25. In my opinion, it will be consolidation, because you have agility, responsiveness, low cost on one side. Well, of course, it is on the new space side, and on the legacy side, you have stability, durability, and a proven experience. And for operators, satellite operators, or agency, you need to have a good mix, a good balance of all these characteristics to be more efficient in the market. Next one. As a conclusion, I would say that the new strategic context that has been described this morning many times, very interesting. We need more space for the society. We need more space for diplomacy. We need more space for security and defense. But, of course, if you listen to the news, and I'm sure that every day you are listening to the news, We have less budget everywhere, not only in France, but everywhere in Europe, even in the US, in the big Western countries. That's why we need affordable cost. So for me, the conclusion of my presentation is that the cooperation between the new space and the legacy space is mandatory right now.
Thank you very much, Jean-Daniel. So if you have questions, you keep your question in mind, and then you will be allowed to ask them. So next speaker, you have the microphone, so maybe. Okay, so Yann. So which one, the first one or the second? Les deux, c'est les mêmes?
Jean-Daniel. Hello, I am Yann Ledu, the co-founder of Space Network Service, which is a little company. It's a startup based in Toulouse, which develops small geostationary telecommunication satellites. That's why today we will be discussing geostationary telecommunications. So a few words regarding the genesis of the project. We put together this company together with some other people that were Airbus Defence and Space, ex-Thales Alenia Space employee, because we noticed that there were some shortfall in the global offer for geostationary telecommunication satellite, where the typical mass was over 4 tons and the entry ticket was 200, 300 or 400 million euro, whether we consider the launch service. And we noticed that there was some needs that were not addressed. The first one was sovereignty. A lot of countries were willing to acquire a sovereign telecommunication asset, but couldn't do so because of two main hurdles. The first one was, of course, the entry ticket, and the second was the spectrum resource, because in order to do some satellite telecommunication, you need the satellite, but you need also to access the spectrum resource. The second problematic, which was more a trend than a problematic, and I think it started with the US DoD, we noticed this position to deviate, to depart a bit from the large, big, complex satellite to steer progressively to a fleet of smaller satellites, to develop strategies of robustness by diversity, to be more robust to threat, but also to failure, of course. There's also a growing effect on the satellite telecommunication, which is the congestion effect. And this affects geostationary telecommunication, but also low Earth orbit communication, as was noticed and published by Elon Musk several months ago. That's difficult, for example, for a geostationary satellite to deliver more than a given capacity in terms of megabit per second over a given point of Earth, because from a fixed point in the sky, you cannot deliver more than what the spectrum allows. And finally, I was on discussing Starlink. That's true that since Starlink is growing, it had put in difficulty the legacy or established operators, Intelsat, SES, Eutelsat, and we could believe that they will not be tomorrow in position to put a ticket to renew the fleet with the same amount of satellite, and they would be more inclined to address smaller tickets. So what we try to do is we try to address all these problematics and trends with a single product, which is a single satellite to, of course, try to leverage the serial production and the associated benefits, in particular the cost. So after several years of studies and consultation, we put together this satellite, which is a dual-use satellite, because the problematic were both governmental and commercial, and that's a satellite which is weighing between 350 and 400 kilograms, which is rather small for a geostationary satellite. It's working both in the NATO Ka band and in the commercial bands to deliver a capacity of 10 gigabit per second, which is a decent capacity. And there are two coverage, so you can see on the right of the picture an outline drawing of the satellite, and there is this big reflector, which is a flexible reflector, which can deliver communication to a theater of operations, for military troops, for example, or a theater of in between 300 kilometers, if we are right under the satellite, or something like 700 to 800 kilometers, as soon as we are steering on the side of the Earth. And this is a satellite on which there are some resilience. There is also some secure control, authentication, ciphering. Of course, it is not at the state of the art of the very complex latest satellite, but there is already a first robustness which is included. And of course, the big attractiveness is really the cost of these satellites put in series. Here is a quick sketch to really try to further illustrate the satellite telecommunication in three pictures. So on the left of your picture, you have the broadcast system, per which this is a TV, per which from a single position you broadcast the same information to very large footprint, and that was the golden age of the geostationary telecommunication satellite. And then, together with the years, everybody wanted to have his own program, so it was a bit more complex. The geometry was less adapted, and with big satellites, we were forced to share the capacity and to spread the capacity on Earth. What we believe is more to be in the position to the right, because the traffic is not evenly distributed. It's it's somewhat following the demographic distribution. We believe it's more efficient to put surgically the capacity where it is needed to proceed with smaller satellites with single beam. Here I try to illustrate what we could do with this satellite. Here is an example of a theater of operation in Djibouti that we can see on the picture on the right, with an anchor station, meaning a gateway, which is based in France metropolitan, and we have in the middle an illustration of the typical network that we can do with this satellite, with one metropolitan area on the top, which is done with a small antenna, meaning a large beam, and on the low end we have the theater terminals, and we have various types of military terminals with from the man-pack, transportable, or the type of antenna we can put on chips. It's important to say that this satellite is really a dual-use satellite, meaning that we have a global market which is defense and civil customers. And here is a representation of what the discussion we have with prospects over the world of both nature. Maybe the latest important slide is, it's important to say that we have been working in particular with the CNES over the past months in order to do a study with three objectives. The first one is to confirm that there is a real trend with this small geostationary satellite, which was confirmed by a market analysis, then to confirm the feasibility of the satellite, and then do the industrial casting, I mean the industrial organization to make this satellite. And we end up in this distribution. So it's a fully European satellite with a lot of French actors. Airbus will be doing the platform. Safran will do the propulsion, the Xenon propulsion subsystem. We have another propulsion subsystem which could be Dawn Aerospace, or could be also Agena Space, and all the satellite will be integrated in Thales Alenia Space Toulouse facilities. And finally, the large antenna will be built in Germany by the company LSS. And what is, let's say, a bit original in our organization, because we do not have any facility, we have a small a startup, let's say, which is as a prime contractor, which is on a dedicated structure, very agile, with low indirect cost, and which is relying on let's say, historical industry for the serial production and also the top level expertise. And this is quickly the throughput of the satellites that we intend to deliver in the geostationary arc in the coming years, meaning 35 satellites until 2035. And here is the side of the company, the main employees of the company as of today. We are 7 to 8 positions today, but we target to be about 40 people in a steady state regime, meaning in 2028. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. So our next presenter is Romain Luquet.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Yep. So my name is Romain Luquet. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Aldoria. So Aldoria is a French company primarily based in Paris and Toulouse and focusing on SSA. So I was fortunate enough to create this company about 8 years ago. And instead of making a comparison between the legacy space and the new space, I'll just try to tell the story of Aldoria, and maybe that can be useful for the theme. So I chose the title "On a Journey from Research to Global Leadership on SSA" because research is where we came from. We are rooted really in science and in engineering, and global leadership in SSA doesn't mean that we're necessarily going to be the champion, but it's the ambition that we've had that has been motivating us since the early days. So I'm very happy to be here, very honored. So myself, I'm not a military officer. I'm an engineer. I'm an engineer and physicist by training, but I'm accustomed to the military world since I did a military engineering school. So here you go. So just in a couple of pictures. So the early years. So we created the company in 2017. It took us a couple of years to realize how we were going to penetrate the markets, and really we were trying to figure out how we were going to bring value and how we're going to seize the opportunity of space security and safety. Because the things that we're talking about today are pretty new. And 8 years back, SSA was not even a thing in France. People didn't know about this concept of SSA. So in 2020, we set our first observatory because while we're talking to customers, in the beginning we wanted to process more or less open source data or US Space Force data. And when we spoke to our institutional customers, we realized that it was not enough, that they needed some independence, some sovereignty. So we had to find a way to provide them with that. And this is why we invested in the optical technology. And back then, there was really a consensus between radar surveillance for low Earth orbits and optical surveillance for GEO, and we saw that as an opportunity to bring optical systems to LEO with quite a few advantages that we'll speak about later. So anyway, this is our first observatory. So that was in Normandy. So that's not the best place for space observation. I guess Provence is a much better place, but it was close to our main office. So yeah, we set up this first observatory, and it enabled us to perform the first test. Soon after, we set up a second observatory in the Baronnie Provençale observatory. Maybe some of you know this place, and it allowed us to basically prove the first performed the first test. And not only did we manage to monitor some pretty interesting situations in geo, for example, you can see the AsterX constellation here on the top right corner, a set of geo satellites, and their trajectory is sort of crossed, or at least in the field of view you can see another object which is tumbling. So you can see that there's kind of a pattern on the bottom left corner of that picture up there. And this is a rocket body upper stage that has been left there and that is still like posing a risk to the space traffic in geo. And but of course that was not enough. Our promise was to deliver on LEO, and after a couple of years of R&D and testing, we managed to detect the smallest satellites that are on orbit in LEO, so 0.25U satellites. So that was in 2022, 2021, or 2022, so already a few years back. And at the same time, we designed a concept of survey station, of optical survey station, and that's the multi-telescope observation station concept that you can see illustrated on this diagram up there. So, and the concept is really to have 4 collocated wide field of view telescopes. So when you think about telescopes, you think about very narrow field of view systems, very powerful systems made to look at very distant objects. Here we're talking about LEO survey, so the objects are very close, just a few hundreds of kilometers from the Earth's surface. So the telescopes that you need are very different. This is why you see that the aspect ratio of these telescopes is pretty unusual, because it's been really optimized for LEO survey. So 4 collocated telescopes that are scanning the sky continuously and basically detecting new objects and even very small objects like the one you see here. So it took us, but of course this was the first idea, the first test. But after we developed our first, after we deployed our first test beds, well, sad story, we needed money to expand because we had come up with a pretty expensive hardware design, even though it was much less expensive than other solutions. So we needed money to grow the network, to actually implement the multi-telescope observation station technology, and we needed to hire people to have a secure data pipeline. And here it's much easier to show the hardware part of the business, but most of the activity is actually, and I would completely concur with what Elena has said before, with the data handling and all the software applications that you need to build around this hardware to make it work and to make it deliver useful data for the customers. So in a couple of years, we established a global network of 19 telescopes over 5 continents, and we probably have the most complete coverage of the orbits, with more than 23,000 objects that we can detect and track regularly. So this is an example. We've really transitioned from a research, garage startup where you're testing things, you're breaking things, you're pivoting in a very agile manner, to a mid-sized organization. We're a little bit more than 50 people at the moment, mostly engineers and scientists, and we had to put in place this data pipeline, and it allows us today to produce large amounts of data that we're processing continuously. So this is the example of our data production over several weeks. Each bar corresponds to a week. So dozens of thousands of measurements every week that are processed and ingested in our system. And most of it is actually delivered to customers, because we have several major contracts, especially with CNES, the National Space Agency here in France, and with the European Union. We've become, since last year, one of the major data suppliers for space surveillance to the European Union. So we're very proud of that and very grateful for their support. And this is an example of the latest, a picture of the latest observation station that we installed in the Canary Islands recently, with 4 500mm telescopes. So this is another dimension, again, in terms of system size and performance, especially for sensitivity, for very high sensitivity. So to detect small debris, but also to detect stealth threats on orbit. All right, so I just wanted to give you a few examples, because okay, that's nice, that's telescopes, that's science, but how does it come down to actual military operations? Well, I don't know, because I'm not a military myself. I'm just trying to build useful things that you guys can employ. There's just one thing that is pretty scary to me, is the idea that a satellite on orbit could actually release another satellite to do stuff in space or potentially even on the ground. So this is something that we're really trying to be able to detect and characterize quickly. And we're not yet there. We're not there yet, but we're working on it. But I just wanted to give you a few examples where we managed to contribute to the detection and characterization of these events. Starting with two very recent events. We're talking about events that took place in the past 5 weeks. So basically a month or so. Okay, there's been at least 2 separations in orbits in the past 5 weeks. So the first of them is the Cosmos 2583. So you can see that there were basically 3 active Russian satellites. One of them released another satellite, and then the 3 of them performed some close approach maneuvers around this satellite. So I guess that can be useful for you guys to see how the Russians are maneuvering around a target, basically, and try to figure that out. So we're providing the data, we're providing the tools for you to analyze that. Another example in GEO, also a very recent example with a satellite that was basically attached to a satellite, and it had been a couple of years that it was attached, and released it to the graveyard orbits. And then after releasing the service satellites, it went back to the GEO belt to target another satellite. So that's also is interesting. This is more a civil application, but it also illustrates what's possible in space and what's going on in space right now. So with that, I'll just conclude my small speech, and I'll be happy to take any question during the session or during the break. I just wanted to emphasize that I think having both commercial and government networks, sensor networks, and command and control systems is critical, and they need to be interoperable in a way that will make your system more resilient. Because there's a part that you need to control, and we also have to be able to give you access to these sensors in Chile, in Spain, or wherever, where you're not going to control it fully, but we're going to be able to leverage that for you guys for the military operations. And in terms of technology mix, we've heard about optical ground-based surveillance. It's not the only technology. There are multiple technologies to explore. Of course, radar is one of them. And at NATO level, definitely it's going to be absolutely mandatory to have a complete survey, tracking, and characterization capacity. And then it's up to each member state to put the right ambition in terms of capacity. So with that, I'd like to thank you for your attention, and happy to take any question later.
Okay, so our next speaker. Our next speaker is Vincent Baudouin.
My name is Vincent Baudouin. I'm vice president of a rocket maker, Latitude, in the north of France, in Champagne, in Reims. Welcome to our exploration of how space will transform military operation and transportation by 2050. Today, we'll examine the technologies, strategies, and challenges that will define humanity's expanding frontier beyond Earth. I will tell you a catalogue of risks and opportunities you will face in your future. 20% of your promotion will be allocated to action in space, to combat in space, to transportation, and to observation in space. The starting point. The current military landscape. The US Space Force and China Strategic Support Force lead space militarization efforts. Both are rapidly developing capabilities. Today, 87 nations now engage in space activities, creating a complex geopolitical landscape. Commercial and military satellite constellations are expanding rapidly. Companies like SpaceX have deployed thousands of satellites. Today, 8,000 satellites for Starlink, and in 10 years, 40,000 satellites for Starlinks. Compare with, in France, 3 CSO3 and 700 satellites for OneWeb Eutelsat. The evolving military space landscape. About 5,000 active military satellites orbiting Earth in 2025. Space has evolved from a support function to an active warfighting domain. National security now depends on controlling the vital frontier. New frontiers and launch system. Space has become the ultimate high ground for military operations. Nations are rapidly expanding their capabilities with new launch systems and technologies. 170 launch for SpaceX this year. About 5 launched for Ariane 6 this year. This represents huge investment in this critical domain. The space sector globally is projected to grow into $1.3 trillion industry, up from about $600 billion in 2023. This morning we were talking about budget. The budget of the French National Agency is about $3 billion. The budget of ESA, says General Leguet, about $20 billion. The budget of NASA, $24 billion. And in China, about $20 billion. Major drivers of change toward 2050. Commercial innovation, SpaceX Starship, Blue Origin, Rocket Lab, Latitude are driving costs down. For your information, Ariane 6, 130 million euro per launch, Falcon 9 SpaceX, 65 million euro, and our Zephyr rocket, 5 million euro. But in fact, it's more a missile. Second point, advanced technology, and particularly IA technologies, IA quantum, and security imperatives. You've got the picture showing you a Falcon Heavy, 150 meters, half the Tower Eiffel. Next generation military launch systems. SpaceX Starship military variant, 150-ton payload capacity to low Earth orbit. Blue Origin New Glenn, DoD customization for classified missions. European Themis, reusable launcher with rapid turnaround capability. Chinese Long March 9, heavy lift vehicle for strategic space assets. European mini launchers, responsive launch in 72 hours with Latitude Space. Rapid response system, the Zephyr of Latitude, or Firefly Alpha, enable military forces to quickly replace damaged satellites or launch quickly weapons. Next generation space transportation concepts. Orbital transfer vehicles, reusable OTVs, and space tug to maneuver between orbits, point-to-point transport, 12-hour global hypersonic travel for military rapid response, and military space planes. You've got the DARPA XS-1, and we are working with Dassault to prepare the future space planes for Ministry of Defense. All these concepts are available in a 5-year movie. Maybe you've seen Ad Astra, a movie with Brad Pitt. Brad Pitt is an astronaut and regularly goes and travels to space and is going easily to Mars and galaxies with rockets. Futuristic military platforms and combat assets. Orbital combat drones, weapons satellites, space-based military defense. French Space Command developed such capabilities, and General Adam explained us this morning. Emerging military space technologies, cislunar operations, military presence beyond Earth orbit, orbital transfer vehicles, spacecraft repositioning capabilities, on-orbit servicing, refueling with and repairing satellites, anti-satellite system, kinetic and non-kinetic weapons, advanced sensors, space-based surveillance networks. ESA is engaged in the development of manned spaceflight and human exploration. ESA plans to return to the moon. This is the Artemis program. And we prepare a crew around the moon with our astronaut Sophie Adenau in 2025 and a lunar landing with Thomas Pesquet in 26. International competition and cooperation. This morning, General Adam explained us the action of French Space Command in Europe. Future battle space 2030 and beyond. Cislunar weapons deployment. Huge strategic advantage. Quantum communication networks. High-staff traffic management, and directed energy platforms. strategic and tactical scenarios for 2050, 3 scenarios: space Pearl Harbor, a simulation of a surprising attack; satellite swarm warfare, constantly microsatellite maneuvering; cislunar defense. Policy, security, and international norms. A new European space law will be proposed by July 2025. Today, we have to think about the place of the European infrastructure between USA and China. What will be the place of EU? Space is a sort of Far West, could be a sheriff or a mediator for you. Risks, ethical issues, and technical challenge. Space debris with 1 over 100,000 trackable objects is the main risks. Here we are. Everything has changed. Space military operations are changing every time. Remember your PC, your personal computer. It was the miniaturization of system in a rocket. Remember Apollo 13. The size of the computer was the size of your iPhone today. With the industry today, we are forging the future of space power. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Vincent, for this big dive into next generation technologies. Our last speaker is General Breton. So there is no slides, mon General.
No. I will ensure you that I have no slides, so it will be maybe shorter than the previous presentation for the slides. So just to introduce myself, I'm Lieutenant General retired Jean-Pascal Breton. I'm much more younger than Jean-Daniel because I was here 41 years ago. So it's and I used to fly also fighters that you never see again, Jaguar and Mirage F1, what was all-time legacy aircraft. So I belong to a company named Thales Alenia Space. Thales Alenia Space is a worldwide company, a joint venture in between with 2 shareholders. The main one is Thales for 2/3 of the actions, and Leonardo with 1/3. We are a sister company whose name is Telespazio, providing services as Thales Alenia Space is only providing infrastructures. So we are actually operating in 8 nations, in 8 countries in Europe, mainly. Our revenue is 2.2 billion euro per year, which is just to compare the size of the company. It's almost the same size as Airbus Defence and Space, but in different areas. We have 8,000 employees, and we mainly in France we have 2 premises, one in Cannes and one in Toulouse, and 2 main premises in Italy, Torino and Roma. So in our catalog, we almost made all the satellites used by the Commandement de l'Espace. We used to provide in observation for France the CSO satellites. We also have high resolution, but also high revisit satellite and solutions, like we are making with Italy an all-in-one solution, which is a constellation of different satellites, all spectrum in SAR and in visible, and also in infrared. For SATCOM, we are a main prime contractor in France because we are providing high secure solutions for GeoSat solutions, and we will be at the heart of IRIS² because we will be the architect of for secure solutions for IRIS². What we are doing also, Thales Alenia Space is also a prime for all PNT solutions. PNT is positioning, navigation, and timing position. We are the architect of Galileo solutions. We also provide what we call exploration. In Italy, we are very integrated in all NASA solutions for the ISS vehicle. We are making part of the station. We are also providing for France the electromagnetic intelligence satellites CERES. And we have also, which is a little bit strange because we are also providing a balloon whose name is Stratobus. So that's we are all spectrum, all domain, and everything, and old legacy. So our revenue, I will explain our revenue to explain the fact that space is not we say a defense dedicated domain. It's a pure dual domain because 50% of our revenue is coming from the big institution, ESA and Europe. 40% of our revenue are coming from commercial, and 10% are very dedicated to defense solutions. So it explains that most of the solutions that you can find, even in the defense domain, are at the basis dual solutions. But they are secured, they have specificities, are performances that are very dedicated to defense that you will never find for civilian solutions. I will explain some key I would say words. First of all, I will say that Starlink is not anymore a new spacer. Musk funded Starlink and SpaceX by providing more than 50 billion euro. It's not what I call a new spacer. So it was at the beginning, at the very beginning. So. First of all, I will explain sovereignty. Sovereignty is what most of the nations are looking for, but the fact and the point is we have to deal also with the fact of European sovereignty or NATO sovereignty or nation sovereignty, which is a little bit different because you are not sharing the same I would say property, intellectual property in between the three streams. And when you are dealing with national sovereignty, you are funding some technical solutions that you cannot share with other nations. And also you cannot share performances at the same level with other nations. But for all the company, even for the new spacer, I think that we are trying to make money because this is the aim of industry. Providing to provide answers to customers, but also to earn money. So we need to be competitive, and to be competitive, we need to have say enough I would say innovation stream and also funding coming from institution. If I look back to what space industry is pushing in R&D in France, new space is all the new space company are spending about 150 million euro per year for R&D. Thales Alenia Space is spending more than 200 million per year. The same for Airbus, and I don't know for Ariane, but large. So my first point is innovation and needs dedicated streams and also funding coming from institution. And that's why there is maybe a big issue in France or in Europe by now, because everybody is fighting against the same say funding, and that's why also the point in Europe is to now to I would say optimize the landscape of space industry. For passing by consolidation. Consolidation means inclusion of new space or in legacy industry, or to select new spaces that are profitable and able to do it by themselves. And the consolidation is also coming to elaborate or to try to I would say together big companies like Airbus and Thales. That's why we are looking if there is a way to unify our efforts to become more profitable. If I'm looking for the future and the domain that we are looking for and we are pushing in terms of developing new technology, for SATCOM, it is mainly what we call 5G NTM, which is the continuum in between the communication ability that you are finding on Earth, and using the same kind of technology by using SATCOM as you are using Earth's infrastructure. We are also providing a new software-defined solutions. It means a pure digital solution. Why? Because we have to be flexible and to adapt our solutions for our customers. Main customers are operators like Eutelsat, SES, or other company, and they need, because they are disrupted by what Elon Musk is doing, they are trying to be flexible and to have adapted response to terminal customers. And that's why we are providing now fully software-defined solutions. And in term, I will split and try to be shorter as possible, and to say that if we are looking for competition, cooperation, or co-petition, which is the gathering of the two terms. For sure, our main opponents or main competitors are the prime contractors as we are. Not only Airbus, but also OHB or different companies in the world, especially for the moment. Not especially because most of the US companies are not trying to come on the same market as we are, because they have, market in the States that are sufficient for them most of the time. But we are competitors in between primes, but it doesn't mean that we are fighting against us always every time, because most of the time we are in cooperation with Airbus to provide, because France is pushing, for example, dual, buy solution, meaning a joint venture in between Airbus and Thales Alenia Space to provide assets for external consumers. But we are also for different markets, like European markets, we are not in competition with new space because the ability of legacy companies are not the same as a new space company. They are maybe more agile, more dedicated for digital solutions. The cost of human resources is not the same, so their solutions are most of the time cheaper, but they are not, as performant as Europe is requesting. So we are not on the same, at the same level and competing for the same solutions. But sometimes also we are using new space solutions. We used to work with Aldoria. We used to work with Pixalis. We used to work with some companies as subcontractor or as I would say using their solutions to decrease the price of our own solutions. But we are also, some new space company are using Thales Alenia Space as provider. For example, Kineis is the architecture of Kineis is made by Thales Alenia Space. So it means that we have solutions that new space has not, and the opposite, and vice versa. So from time to time we are in competition, from time to time in cooperation, but it depends on the I would say. Our chance to win a contract, and also to make the better solutions for the better price. So it will conclude my presentation. I'll try to be as short as possible. And if you have any question to one of us, never hesitate.
Thank you very much. So we are a little bit late regarding the 3 minutes. 2 or 3 questions. So we have a couple of minutes. If you have some questions you would like to address to the speakers, the time is now.
Officer Cadet Roy, French Air Force Academy. Thank you for your presentations. Well, my question would be your opinion. So why do you believe that new space will be crucial for a nation's sovereignty? Thank you. Sorry. Why do you believe that new space will be crucial for a nation's sovereignty?
Maybe I can give it a try. I don't think new space in itself is not really. But I don't know. You don't need to call it new space. But what you need is a diversity of actors to answer to sovereign demands. I think that makes a lot of sense. If you think about ArianeGroup right now, they're facing a huge competition from SpaceX, obviously, and because of some strategic decisions that were made at some point, they're now in a difficult situation, and therefore Europe has been struggling for its sovereign access to space for a few years. Now it's getting better, but we've been through a serious crisis in this domain. Airbus and Thales. So Airbus Defence and Space and Thales Alenia Space, they have indeed a very good model with commercial incomes, commercial revenues because of telecommunication satellites. But there's been kind of a crisis in the telecom sector for civil applications, and therefore, even though they weren't in a monopoly situation, they were like two players. So it might be, it might look good. There were 3 players, including 2 that were kind of on the same segment, but because of this crisis, they're both in a difficult situation at the same time. So yeah, I think relying on just a couple of players is risky. So diversity is good. Having multiple entry points to government markets is good. It brings resilience. I think that's very important to keep in mind.
I will complement the answer that it's a complex question and a complex answer. if you're looking from an operational point of view, and you're looking more and more to resist the first attack to a distributed architecture or something multi-orbit or something, an architecture which makes you stronger. But in France, it's very difficult considering the budget to have high performance everywhere. So you can have what we call a dedicated art of the performances, which is very performant and very well protected, and around it an architecture that makes you stronger in a distributed way of thinking and robustness. So New Space can provide such a round architecture because it's very easy and cheaper to make the architecture. But if you are looking for sovereign solutions, I will say that New Space is not the better way to provide you a sovereign solution. Say legacy companies will do better than New Spacer, but New Spacer are pushing legacy companies to the corners. So we are also looking for solutions that are, say, agile and affordable. That's why it's a little bit complex to answer your question.
I will say something differently, but in the same way, I think you should take into account also something different, that the market are evolving. It's not the same. If you think about 10 years ago, the market has evolved and the geopolitics are also evolved. So this is also dependent about the maturity of all the companies. So you must take into account and combine, in fact, what you have in your building blocks and what you want to build in the future. So you have to take into account if there is a market, because if you think you have to make some evolution, this market should meet a market expectation also. And how to meet a market expectation is to define the usage of space and understand the usage of space. And probably this is a way where you can have some disruption between the different concept of operation and the usage of civil operation. And I think that's why this is so difficult today to comprehend and to have a better understanding of what will the future be like. So if you want to think about what will the next new space future, you should think about what is the usage of space and the future usage of space, and understand the concept of operation, the concept now and the concept to be. And after you can upgrade your products, you can have newcomers, and perhaps the legacy one will also win at all, because I will understand and make some reflection about that. So this is, you should take into account first the product evolution, the geopolitical evolution, and probably what will be the next ecosystem to be. And how the institutional want to push the ecosystem. Do they want something very open, or do they want something very narrow?
Just add something coming from the relation between New Spacers technology and legacy companies' technology. The question for the legacy is make or buy. And from time to time, it's not the better solution is not to make. And New Spacer could do it.
Just to give a point too, but it's more a question than an answer. Sovereignty has a price. How long will we be able to pay the price for sovereignty?
Okay, thank you very much for your attention. And thanks to you all for your presentations.
Thank you for your presentation. Sorry, we are running a bit late, so we'll take a very quick break and we'll do a group photo in front of the main building. So please follow the first year cadet for the group photo. Thank you.
start, okay? General, ladies, gentlemen, dear cadets, it's a great honor and a real pleasure for me to chair this panel. For sure, because the subject is very ambitious and challenging, but mainly because of the panelists themselves. I am really lucky today because I have only one panelist to present because the other one have already been presented by yourself. So the one that is remaining is General Philippe Stellanger. He's graduated from the French Air Force Academy in 1982 as a fighter pilot. He participated to several overseas operations engagement in the Middle East, Africa, and the Balkans. He has been appointed commanding officer of a combat squadron and base commander. He finally took the command of Strategic Air Forces Command in charge of nuclear deterrence. In 2015, he became Deputy Secretary General for Defense and National Security and joined in 2018 the CNES, the French National Space Agency, as military advisor to the President. He is the author of several articles on air power, deterrence, and space, and published 3 books. The last one, Space Revolution from Von Braun to Elon Musk, ou Révolution spatiale de Von Braun à Elon Musk, has been published last year, and I highly recommend it to all the cadets that wish to get a better understanding of the major challenges in space activities that we are witnessing today. A few years ago, let's say a decade or so ago, talking about space operation put you in the category of alarmists or kindly lunatics who had to be brought back to their sense. Today, an entire chapter of the National Defense Space Strategy is devoted to this, and our American friends regularly rub shoulders in space with increasingly intrusive Russian or Chinese space vehicles. What is really going on? What are the latest developments or trends? How are we preparing with our allies? These are just some of the questions, and I hope many more, to which we shall try to provide some answer today. Gentlemen, I'm counting on you to be short, well, of course, and I now give the floor to General Stellanger about access to space and in-orbit services.
Thank you, Jean-Daniel. You're certainly right to begin this roundtable by addressing the topic of access to space. Access to space, indeed, is what determines everything else in operational terms, and the future of space operations, which is a subject of our roundtable, will be largely shaped by the conditions under which access to space will be possible. That being said, I see 3 major trends in the field of access to space. The first one is about demand. Demand is upward, clearly. The second one is about offer, and I think that the offer is getting both more robust and more diverse. And the third one, and finally, the third trend is about the price of access to space, which is collapsing today. So let's have a look to these 3 different trends. The first one, the demand. Regarding the demand for space operations, the trend, as already mentioned, is clearly upward. Over the last 10 years, the number of launches has been more than tripled, and there were 261 space launches last year in 2024, and everything seems to indicate that this upward trend will continue, particularly due to the development of mega constellations in low Earth orbit. The Starlink constellation is deploying. Amazon's Kuiper constellation is beginning its deployment, as are 2 Chinese constellations of more than 10,000 satellites each. So the active orbital population will therefore be multiplied by 6 by 2030, and that is tomorrow, and reach 60,000 satellites, live satellites. And this dynamic will clearly increase the demand for space launches in the near future. So faced with this growing demand, the launch offer is not only evolving in volume, it's clearly increasing, but it's also getting more diverse. And this is the second trend that we are observing today. The increase in supply is highlighted by the significant number of companies offering space launches services tailored for all kinds of needs. for a satellite operator today, it's getting easier and easier to find a service on the market that best meets its needs, whether it's to rapidly launch a nano satellite into low Earth orbit, deploy a mega constellation, or orbit a large telecommunication satellite in geostationary orbit. By the way, I noticed that there are more than 100 companies producing launchers in the world today. That is 10 times fewer. Yes, and there is also a dozen in Europe, and that is an important point. And there were 10 times fewer companies 15 years ago. So I think that the consolidation movement is about to begin. Just because the market, even if it grows, is just too small to ensure the economic viability of all these players, especially in Europe. Another point about the expansion in volume of the supply is shown by the proliferation of launch bases in the world, both public and private-owned bases. There are 17 space bases in total in the United States. China is building new bases on its territory and also abroad in Africa, for example. There are projects of establishing additional spaceports in the Middle East and in Europe. Several launch pads are already operational, and others are coming in operational status. We have launch pads in Sweden, in Norway, and also new ones are coming in the United Kingdom. So this is by the volume how the offer is evolving, but qualitatively the space launch offer is also evolving significantly. And at the top of the spectrum, very high capacity launchers are coming. I'm talking of launchers capable of putting into low Earth orbit more than 100 tons. It is, for example, the Starship in the United States or a Long March 9 in China. And these launchers will soon be on the market. With them, it will be possible to put into orbit a large number of satellites simultaneously. It will also be possible to assemble in orbit very large structures, and thus the idea of producing, for example, electricity from solar energy in orbit could become a viable option. And what is very interesting also with these mega launchers or super heavy launchers is the fact that some of them will have the capacity to maintain in orbit one of their stage, and this stage will have the capacity to play the role of a propellant refueler for other spacecraft, and this will increase quite substantially in-orbit mobility. And at the other hand of the spectrum, the offer of mini and micro launchers will expand and allow launches into low Earth orbit, both more responsive and better tailored for small satellites operators' needs. And finally, the third trend at work regarding access to space is the collapse in the price of launches. And on this subject, the super heavy launchers, and especially Starship, are expected to profoundly disrupt the market. The average price per kilogram launched into low Earth orbit today is $70,000 for a ride share on a Falcon 9, compared to $23,000 for the Electron mini launcher. But Starship, this ultra big launcher, promises to launch 150 tons into low Earth orbit for only $10 million. So that would put the cost of kilogram launched at less than $70. This is 100 times less than today's best price. And if it gets real, it's going to profoundly disrupt the launching market for sure. So the second point you asked me to discuss is in-orbit servicing. But before that, in the continuity of my previous remarks on access to space, I would like to say a few words about in-orbit mobility. Because in-orbit mobility is indeed the basic building block for in-orbit servicing. It's even a prerequisite for it. Significant progress has been made in space mobility, and more is expected. We have today small motorized space vehicles. They are available on the market, and they allow satellites to be placed into orbit very precisely. And these satellites benefiting from this service can thus benefit from the attractive price of a ride-share launch by a heavy or super heavy launcher without being affected by the drawbacks of this kind of launching. And these motorized space dispensers are more or less heavy, more or less versatile, but some of them are really opening up great prospects in terms of mobility. And I'm thinking of Blue Ring from the American company Blue Origin, which will be able to transport 12 loads up to 3 tons, and it will also be capable of being a refueler for the spacecraft. I think that is a very interesting prospect in terms of mobility. Nuclear propulsion also offers a potential for a significant progress in terms of mobility, notably by offering great agility, and that is very interesting for the military. Interestingly, in the US, NASA and DARPA, the Pentagon Research Agency, have planned a demonstration of thermal nuclear propulsion in low Earth orbit by the end of the decade. So space operations should therefore quickly benefit from this progress and broaden their scope, particularly towards in-orbit servicing. And I answer to your point, Jean-Daniel, by introducing very shortly in-orbit servicing. In a few words, what we call IOS, in-orbit servicing, aims to extend satellites' lifespan, deorbit objects, and exchange or install payloads on satellites. And regarding IOS, in-orbit servicing, a key point to keep in mind is the fact that the equipment, the know-how, the procedures are the same whether you act with a civilian or a military purpose. So last month, it was mentioned previously in a briefing, the first true IOS mission was completed. It began in February 2020 when a mission extension vehicle satellite docked with a geostationary telecommunication satellite that had reached the end of its life, its operational life, and it allowed this dead, if I may say so, satellite to resume its mission by ensuring for it its propulsion for a 5 years time duration. And this success is paving the way for all the missions of this type, which are expected to increase in numbers for both financial but also for environmental reasons. So refueling orbital platforms with propellant is another way to extend the operational life of an orbital platform, and it is a path that is also being pursued. Next year, a demonstration of in-orbit refueling in geostationary orbit will be carried out by the US Space Force. And in the United States, a geostationary refueler satellite is currently developed for the military. I think really that following air-to-air refueling, which significantly expanded the potential of air power in its time, in-orbit refueling is poised to play the same role in military space operations. And there is a point to note. The ability to be refueled is going to become a requirement for every future US military satellites with a mission of intervention in orbit. So there is something which is evolving strongly in that field. Cleaning orbits by ridding them of the most dangerous debris is another illustration of in-orbit servicing. This is the purpose of so-called ADR missions, ADR for active debris removal. Pascal will certainly address this issue, so that I won't dwell on it too much, but I simply point out that in this area too, things are moving fast. The European agency, the ESA, will soon achieve a world first by deorbiting a piece of debris weighing around 100 kilograms using a space vehicle that will grab it with a gripper. And finally, in-orbit servicing also involves intervening on a satellite to repair or to replace its payload. ESA, again, is a pioneer in this area and is preparing to conduct a demonstration that will see a repair satellite equipped with a robotic arm intervene on another satellite. So, of course, the topic of in-orbit servicing raises the important question of standardizing interfaces between satellites to enable them, to enable their docking, to enable their refueling, or an intervention on their payload. And I know that in the United States, the Space Force is currently defining for its satellites a standard interface for refueling, and in Europe, manufacturer like Thales, for example, equips its satellites with standard interfaces. Yeah, so here too the lines are moving. So as you can see, all this progress are making us entering a new age of space operations. So I thank you all for your attention, and I apologize because I will have to leave you at 17:45 sharply if I want to have a chance to catch my plane in Marseille, so probably I won't be there for the questions, sorry.
Thank you very much, Philippe. It was crystal clear. General Leguet, now it's your turn to share your thoughts on the future of space exploration, space debris management, and the strategic issue to represent for us all. You have a presentation, I think.
Yes. I can move to the lectern if you prefer.
You want the bottom?
Oh, yes. Yes, thanks a lot. So just a few words about this space exploration. This is one of the key activities of the European Space Agency. And also a few words about the space debris management and just a general consideration of strategic issues, giving you this European perspective.
If you want me, maybe I will do it.
Okay. It's good. So one
just
slide
it works.
It's better to go to the.
No, if you want to just tell me, I will push a button.
Excellent. This is a slide to give you the general scheme of the exploration mission roadmap of Europe, and the name is Terra Nova. It's to explore the solar system. This is the main focus of this exploration plan. So as you know, we have a first step is the moon, and after the moon will be Mars. And we have many steps to land astronauts on the moon surface, as you can imagine. And also just to mention a few building blocks of this important exploration objectives. The first, as you know, Europe is a link to Artemis, the US mission to the moon, and we are contributing to this US Artemis mission. You know that there is an important component is the lunar gateway. By the way, this is the station orbiting around the moon, and also there is Orion. Orion is the small spacecraft with astronauts on board. And Europe is providing the service module connected to Orion to go to the gateway. We need also different elements. The same we are doing for Earth. We need also capacities for navigation and telecommunications. And this is the mission Moonlight. This is one activity also ESA is providing. So we are going to deploy satellites orbiting around the moon to provide this support, navigation, positioning, and telecommunications. This is the Moonlight activity. We have also another one important, it's Esprit. It's for refueling and telecommunications. This is another important component of this moon mission, contribution to the US mission. Another part is Endure, the open devices using radioisotope energy, also to provide energy supply. Concerning Mars, the next step, a big one, because we need around 6 months to go to Mars, and also we need 6 months to come back. And the time also to stay around Mars or on the surface of the planet. This is also another part. So a very long time mission, and you can also imagine that we need very strong capacities to perform such a big challenge. And it's also what we are working on today. And we have different activities. One is called Melissa. It's to study all the support we need to provide to the astronauts, because again it's a very long time on board, and in particular for the food, for the water, basic supply of the astronauts. You can keep the slide. I have just a few words more. And for instance, just to give an example about the water, we plan to use to recycle the urine of the astronauts to transform this urine in drinking water. Just to give you a small example, and also to study the possibility to for plant cultivation to have some activities like that, also to provide food to the crew. Maybe the next slide. But before to start this human exploration mission, we have other steps before. It's to know more about the solar system and beyond. And we have for this telescopes we use. So it's a very important system. You know probably the telescope Hubble, operational since 1990. This is a telescope orbiting at 500 kilometer altitude and using the infrared and ultraviolet spectrum, part of the spectrum, to study the universe expansion, the dark matter, the dark energy, and the black holes. We have also another very important telescope now also used, the James Webb, launched in December 2021. The purpose of this telescope is mainly to study the stars formation, the galaxy formation as well, following the Big Bang, and also to study the atmosphere of exoplanets outside the solar system. Just to mention that the James Webb telescope has a heliocentric orbit around the Sun to perform its mission. The next one. Also, I said to study the solar system and Jupiter in particular, this JUICE mission, launched in April 2023 with the Ariane 5. And the purpose and the goal of this mission is to study the icy moons orbiting around Jupiter. We have 4 main icy moons. The biggest one is Ganymede. This Ganymede is bigger than Mercury, just to give you an order of magnitude. And also to study the atmosphere around the Jupiter and the icy moons, to know if there is carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, sulfur in particular. So the gas composition. This is the goal of this objective of this mission. The next one, Jean-Daniel? Yes. We have also Euclid. And Euclid is to study more specifically dark matter and dark energy. Just to say that dark matter, this is a hypothetical matter to explain or to justify some, I would say, physical phenomena. And the dark energy, this is also a hypothetical energy with a negative pressure, also to try to interpret, to have an understanding of this very aggressive context. Another, the next slide, please. Yes, about the ISS. ISS is the fundamental instrument also to study the impact on the human body, for instance, of a long long-term stay in orbit, and to study in particular also the behavior of materials in microgravity, the plant cultivation, as I said, the resistance of the human body for future long-term journeys in the universe. The next one. Yes. Artemis, just to illustrate what I said before, this gateway, this space station orbiting around the moon. The next one. The Argonaut lander. So the Argonaut lander, it's also an ESA development to land equipment, instruments on the moon surface. It's 1.5 tons we can land on the moon surface. Also very important part of the Artemis mission. The next one. Yes, ExoMars. Also, ExoMars, this is the mission to Mars by definition. And you probably remember that Russia was a partner for this ExoMars mission. And in 2022, we stopped this cooperation with Russia. And Russia was supposed to provide the system, the re-entry system, to land the rover. We plan to deploy a rover on the Mars surface, and Russia was developing this transfer system to bring the rover on the surface. Finally, it was planned to do it in 2020. It was in 2023, sorry, and now we need more time to find a new partner for this activity, and we plan to launch this mission on 2028. So we have a small delay. The next one, you have the picture of the rover, huh? And of course the target would be to have also a human being on Mars. This is also we put 2040s, but let's see what will be possible to do. Next one, yes. One word, but I spoke this morning about this exploitation of outer space resources, so I'm not going to elaborate on this. You know the challenges also to find the resources on the moon surface. To support this long distance exploration, and to use notably the water resources on the moon, and to build this permanent base on the moon with a permanent human presence in this base. Yes, the next one. About orbit removal. And what Philippe said before. So you know this picture, the big clamp to seize a satellite, no more operational, to remove the satellite to the upper layers of atmosphere to be burned. And this is one of the mission of ESA, and we have a contract with this Swiss company, ClearSpace, to deploy in 2-3 years this first clamp in orbit to remove debris on former satellites. So just one small remark about the fact that this system is a totally dual use. You can imagine if we want to neutralize an enemy satellite, you use the same system. The next one. Yes, about Vigil. On Earth, we have weather forecast in space. We have also, we plan to have space weather forecasting as well. So to know the impact of these solar flares, we mentioned also this morning. This is the purpose of this mission, Vigil. Next one. Yes. It's also linked to exploration because we have different objects in outer space. And we can mention also the asteroids. So these asteroids are dangerous for different systems we can deploy in orbit for the future exploration. But also these asteroids can impact the planet, the Earth. And you possibly know this DART mission. This is a NASA mission. They it was the impact of a spacecraft in double asteroid. Dimorphos is the small one, and the impact took place on the small one, Dimorphos, in 2022. It was a successful mission. Very challenging from a technological point of view to perform that. And the ERA mission, this is the ESA contribution, European Space Agency contribution to DART. This is a cooperation between NASA and ESA to to assess the effectiveness of this deflection of an asteroid. So we launched in October 2024 this spacecraft for the measurement of the deflection of this asteroid. The next one. The last one. I think this is the last one. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Pascal. Colonel Debar, your current position gives you a specific insight about how NATO and member nations are taking into account space in the operation. Can you give your overview about that?
Yes, thank you very much, sir. And once again, thank you very much for the invitation and for this opportunity. I'm honored to be here on stage with such distinguished panelists. So it's a pleasure to be here in Salon-Provence. So looking at the schedule, I will try to keep that as short as possible, but let's move on to NATO's approach to space, even if I already talked about it a little bit during my presentation earlier. How NATO is considering space. Actually, back in 2019, as I told you earlier, space was declared as an operational domain. It was a game changer, and not that NATO is aware that NATO needs to take space into consideration. It was done at the same time as other space commands, national space commands. So the US established their own space command in 2019, and just 2 weeks later, the French Space Command was established as well. So it was only 6 years ago. So you can imagine the past that we did. And as space was considered as a very reliable domain, reachable only for friends or friendly entities, it's definitely not the case anymore, and NATO needs to take that into consideration. But the main difference that we have between NATO and the national space commands is that NATO does not have any space assets by its own, and NATO relies mainly on national capabilities. So it's a great difference. Nevertheless, NATO advises the nations to develop specific capabilities according to specific political guidances. It's the NATO defense planning process. So even if NATO does not have any space assets by its own, NATO advises the nations to develop specific assets according to its own priorities. And then it's up to nations to decide if they want to develop such capabilities or not. So, for space, NATO relies on 2 space centers. I already told you about it. I will summarize it a little bit right now. So, basically, the NATO Space Operational Center, which is in Germany, it is actually part of the Combined Force Space Component Command, the CSPC. So, if you love acronyms, welcome in NATO. So this NATO Space Operational Center is actually establishing the most robust space domain awareness picture for the benefit of NATO, but for the allies as well, gathering a lot of space data from allies, but from civilian entities as well. For instance, there is a civilian entity in the US, which is the GCO, Joint Commercial Operations. This entity buys a lot of space situation awareness data and then spread it to a lot of partners, including the NATO Space Operational Center. So it's a good example of partnership between military and the civilian sector. And this NATO Space Operational Center is establishing the core command and control structure for space for NATO. It's very important as well. And coming back to the space domain awareness, I just would like to emphasize the fact that it's the core topic, the core issue, because before conducting space operation, you need to know what's going on in space. And it's something to see something in space, but it's another thing to interpret it, and then you have intelligence behind. So Intel and space are inherently connected to each other, and you can trust me when I say that there is a job behind. So firstly, you need to see, then you need to understand, and then you need to plan and conduct your own operation, and that's the job of the NATO Space Operational Center. And then we have the NATO Space COE. So as I told you earlier, we are more focusing on the long term, the future, how we can implement space within NATO in 10 years, 15 years, and making sure that we won't miss any emerging and disruptive technology that could be of interest for NATO, and providing space support to NATO and expertise. But we are not the only space stakeholders within NATO. We have specific space branches within the NATO headquarters. So in the NATO headquarters, you have the operational one, which is ACO, Allied Command Operations, which is in Belgium. This entity plans and conducts operations for the benefit of NATO, so focusing on the short-term issues as well. And you have a Light Command Transformation in Norfolk in the US, in Virginia, looking at how we need to transform the alliance to take space into consideration in the best way possible. At the political level, we have NATO entity as well involved at the strategical level in Brussels, in the NATO HQ. So we have a dedicated space task force in Brussels. And the idea is to develop the NATO space policy. The overarching space policy was released by NATO in 2019 as well. And we have, last but not least, another stakeholder, which is the NCIA, so the NATO Communication and Information Agency, which is in charge of the development of all the IT tools that we need to conduct our space operation, and which is in charge of all the contracting regarding all the SATCOM, satellite communications, for the benefit of NATO. So a lot of stakeholders, two NATO space centers, but NATO does not have any space assets by its own. So, in order to conduct its own operation, NATO decided to establish specific coordination or cooperation projects to facilitate the access to these national assets. And I just would like to mention 3 of them. The first one is the APSS, so it's Allied Persistent Surveillance from Space. So the idea is to allow ACO, so the operational side of NATO, to have access to imagery. So once you have an area of interest and the operational side needs to have a couple of pictures, the idea would be to go through this APSS project, and then it will make in common a lot of ISR, space-based ISR capabilities from 17 nations. And the idea is to go through this process and then to give the best pictures possible to ACO in a very short time cycle. So I cannot elaborate too much on that because we are in an unclassified environment, but I can tell you that it works pretty good. The next one is a Starlift project. We already talked about the access to space and how key it is for nations, but for NATO it's exactly the same. So in order to ensure a reactive access to space, 14 nations across NATO decided to establish this cooperation project, and obviously the idea is to put in common a lot of opportunities, launch opportunities, to make sure that NATO will have access to space. And in this cooperation project, you have France, you have Germany, you have the US, you have UK, and so on and so on. The last project that I would like to talk to you about is
the North Link project is regarding satellite communication, which is key as well. And it's a dedicated project to facilitate the access of satellite communication in the Arctic region, which is key. You can imagine why. And you have 30 nations involved in this project as well. So you have Canada, France, the US, Germany, Sweden as well. So now I think you have a clear picture on what NATO does for space. So what is key for us is the coordination with the nations to make sure that the operational side of NATO will have the best means possible to conduct its operations. So for NATO, data sharing, connection between the stakeholders is key. So we definitely need to enhance the level of interoperability that we have within the alliance, and this improvement of NATO interoperability is one of the top NATO priorities. So how we will do that? We do that through a lot of initiatives. The main one is the Federated Mission Networking, FMN. There is a dedicated space task force in that, and the idea is to gather all the nations, NATO nations, but not only. We have Australia, for instance. We have Japan, who participates very actively as well. And the idea is to define common standards from the beginning of the process, so from the design, to make sure that the system will communicate easily with other systems, and so that it can work in an operational environment and in an inter-allied environment. So this FMN initiative is directly declined through a specific exercise, which is a civics coalition warfare interoperability exercise, and this year we will have the first year where space is actively involved in this exercise. And by the way, the NATO Space COE will have the deputy lead for the space area. It's an exercise where industry is highly involved. So the idea is to test, to stress these potential capabilities with the space companies to check if that can communicate well to each other. And I think this duality between the civilian sector and the military sector is a key as well, and we definitely need to engage with them from the beginning until the training. And I think this happens already. We can see that in a couple of space exercises. It was the case in AsterX, the exercise from the French Space Command. It's the case in the US as well. In the US, you have a national exercise which is Global Sentinel with a lot of nations, and industry is involved as well. And NATO is aware that we need to engage with them at the speed of relevance, and we need to enhance our relationship with the space industry. We had just a couple of months ago the NATO Commercial Space Forum with a lot of space companies involved to discuss about how we can see industry involved in the operation, and how we can react and adapt if the civilian sector would be targeted by our competitors, and definitely it would be the case in the future. So NATO is aware of that. Obviously, NATO is a huge structure, so it's not that easy to move as fast as we wish. But I think we are on the right way to do it. So all these initiatives are crucial. I mean, the FMN, the CWIX, and so on. But of course, it's not sufficient at all. If you want to act, to conduct operations as one within NATO, we need to have a common framework to use the capabilities. That could be the doctrine. I talked about the NATO doctrine earlier, but this common framework could be a very good basis to have the same procedures, and to be able to stress and to test it in a real operational environment. And then we need to train together. Definitely, we need to identify the gaps that we have within our structure, within our procedures, to see right now what are the mistakes in order to be ready for tomorrow. I'm sure you are familiar with the ODA loop. I think so. So it's the Boyd concept, which is observe, orient, decide, and act. And obviously, if you want to take and to keep the advantage, you need to have this cycle as fast as possible and faster than your competitors. And we need to have the doctrine, the space operation doctrine, to be able to stress it and to test it as soon as possible in order to identify the gaps and the improvements that we need to do on time. So I will stop here. Thank you very much, and over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Sylvain. It's really fascinating to see how NATO is progressing very fast on the field of space. Thank you. General Adam, you were the first this morning. You will be the last of this panel. What can you tell us today about the implementation of the National Defense Space Strategy, and how are you progressing in the field of military space operations?
Yeah, thank you. That is called looping the loop, of course, and we finish where we began this morning. Implementing the space defense strategy through the creation of the French Space Command is, of course, my major preoccupation for the future. And you have to understand that things have changed since the Space Command was created. Very nicely, Sylvain said, it's only 6 years old. But what I'm hearing is that it is already 6 years old. What do you have to show for that? Okay, what have you been doing during those 6 years? There's nothing much to show, I can tell you. That's a pity. And I don't even have a building to show you after 6 years, and that's how fast things goes. Doesn't mean that we've been idle, and we've been doing many, many things, and so the progress is quite interesting, but what will be more interesting is what will happen in the next year. So rather than looking in the mirrors, I would like better to look ahead of us and just remind a couple of things for the future, and just make sure that we can build on what has already been done. And we prepared, in fact, we paved the way for very quick achievements for the future, and that's really what I plan for my successor. What has changed, of course, is the possibility of a major conflict occurring, especially in Europe, and that changes many, many things. So even if in 2019 we considered the fact that we had to defend and to protect our space capabilities, now I think that it has slightly changed, and we really need to be ready to fight for space, which is slightly different. Of course, we have to fight for our capabilities, but also we have to fight in a different environment, and we have to fight for superiority in military terms, right? Fight for space, but also fight for the success of our operations. If we launch ourselves in a war, we need to win that war, right? We are not starting it to lose it. So we have to be better prepared to make sure that we can win that war, of course. I said sometimes it's a bit disappointing to see how slow things can be sometimes. But that's really the way it is. It's a matter of resources, financial, but also human resources. Money, you can come by, you can find money. It's there. Human resources, much harder, and certainly qualified human resources is something that we are lacking, something we have in common with cyberspace, by the way. But also we need to make sure that we have the necessary expertise in our organizations. And with all that, we have to change our procedures. When I say to change, it's really to change everything. If we want to be quick, we don't want to continue the way we are doing it. We have to change many, many things. It's not just us, it's just not a matter of money, it's a matter of many, many things, and we have to realize that time is short and we have to act quickly. So that's the main thing. The objectives and the challenges for the future, always the same, described this morning. We have to secure support operations, be more efficient, be quicker, of course, be more resilient. So that's a change of infrastructure. It's not the space we knew 10 or 15 years ago. We have to change architectures, and that's something we need to work on. Sustainability, of course, is an issue here. We have to make sure that we can execute this space defense that I'm talking about, or this space war, whatever we need to do in space, or for space, we need to make sure, and that needs brand new capabilities, and capabilities are not only equipment. Of course, there's a question of satellites, the ground segments. There's a lot of also concepts. There's a lot of training. And there's a lot of things to do with our expertise and your expertise. And the last thing is just work. When I say we need still to work on some concepts, when I say space superiority, space dominance, space control, what it is. There's no clear definition of that. You hear lots of discussion around people. The main thing is, how do you define victory in space? If anybody can answer that question, I would be very happy to hear that, because this is another puzzle we have to solve. And if we can solve it, or we probably will discover that we have solved it if we can deter aggression in space. That's something nobody wants. We don't want this full war to happen in space. So our main objective, of course, is to deter it. We don't want it to happen. If it happens, it's a catastrophe. It's a nightmare for the future. It's a nightmare for the next generations, because space can become completely inaccessible for everybody, for all the usages, and we'll have to change many, many things. And all the investments we've already done will probably be lost. So that's something we really have to consider, of course. If you want to deter this war in space, you have to make sure you can win that war, and you have to let people know that you can win that war, right? Okay, that's another thing. Deterrence is making sure you can support your operations, making sure you can defend or make that war in space, but also let people know that you are doing it. And let your competitors know that if they want to fight that war, the chance they are winning are very, very small, right? Whether they are right or wrong, an answer nobody wants to have, of course. The worst thing would be a full war in space that creates many, many debris or destroys all the satellites, the existing satellites. Whether you are creating more debris with the existing satellites, if you kill a satellite in space, you have got one major debris that will stay up there forever. Okay, so you don't want that anymore. If you kill that satellite by a kinetic way, you will create millions of debris, and probably nobody can fly those orbits again in the future. So nobody wants that, of course, and we have to avoid it at all price. But if you want to avoid that, you have to be ready to fight this war, strangely. And that's really what it is. Now, what do we have to show now on implementation of the strategy? I can tell you it's a major restructuring of our organizations, of course. It's something that you can't really see, but it's happening now, and things will speed up in the future after we can set down in our new facilities in Toulouse. And that's where we are now. We need to improve the way we are doing operations. We are currently doing operations. You don't see them, but we are doing them. Of course, just doing SSA, space situational awareness, is a full operation in itself. You have to sense what's happening, you have to see, you have to understand, and you have to share with your partners, and then you have to react to what's happening. Even if you can't react in space, you have to do something about it. So it's already there, and we're also maneuvering our satellites, the active ones, the old ones, the dead ones. The dead ones is difficult to maneuver, but you have to do something before they are dead, of course. But all the operations are already there, and for example, just the last one this weekend, we had this Soviet probe launched 50 years ago that came back on Earth this weekend. What's a big deal? But it's something you have to monitor, right? It's something you want to avoid, create the consequences on the Earth, and that's a very good exercise. That's an operation for us. And if you can do that, you can do many, many things in different environments, but you are ready for many other things. We have to continue building that expertise in cooperation with CNES. We are drawing a lot from CNES. We have to develop our equipment. We are drawing a lot from all the projects that have been presented. But also we have to consider what can happen in the future. This war can happen in the future. If this war doesn't happen, the activities in space will continue to develop, and we'll see more and more humanity in space, probably. And that's exactly the goal and the objectives or the challenges that we are setting ourselves. The ambition that we have is to go on the moon and to go on Mars, put people up there. If you put people up there, that will create new problems. Security problem on the moon, security problem on Mars, security problem on the way to the moon and to Mars and back. So that's something we will have to take into account, of course. Right now, space is just a big drone game. Drone that are very difficult to detect, and you can't hear even. So it's something different, but it's just a war between robots. But then if you put people in space, that things will be completely different. And if humans are not in space, they will be controlling the operations anyway. And that's what we are doing now. We are doing operations in this type of dress. I don't need to wear a combat dress to fight in space, right? I can do that with a tie and a white shirt. But that could change if you put human in space. You will put human lives at risk, of course, and that will change many, many things. Right now, you probably know how many people are in space at any given time? Between 9 and 12. That's okay for the immensity of space. That's very, very small humanity in space. That could increase in the future. That's really something to consider. Okay, that's really the last remarks I wanted to deliver. And if you want to ask some difficult question to General Dr. Steininger, of course, it's your chance now. So please do it before he goes.
Thank you, Philippe. Almost nothing to do because you've already done my job as a moderator, so that's fine. I totally support your view of to deter the bad guys in space. Thank you. Now I will open the floor to question, if any. If not, I will start one. Do you think that to perform space operation, we need to change or to review totally the Outer Space Treaty of 1967?
Changing the Outer Space Treaty, probably not. We have to complement it. The agreed international law is very little right now, and that's only this Outer Space Treaty. This Outer Space Treaty doesn't forbid anything except from putting weapons of mass destructions in space. But now we need something else because space is more congested and there are the possibility that space is misused. It was it was an open domain for humanity 50 years ago, even 20 years ago. Now we need to make sure that we can regulate it a little bit. And our interest as military is just to define the rules of right and wrong in space. How can we act if nobody can say if a maneuver is right or wrong? That will be difficult. How can you define a hostile act in space before it happens? That's a challenge for the future. So, no, the Outer Space Treaty I think is interesting, and it defines space as a free-to-operate area for humanity, but then we need additional agreements, international law, in fact, to make sure that we understand each other and to avoid miscalculations in the future.
Thank you very much. Any question? There's one.
I'm Cadet Lomont from 2024 entry in the French Air and Space Force Academy. Thanks for the presentation. I was wondering if there was a military interest of going on Mars, because a lot of people are talking about it, but is there really an interest for us going on it?
Yeah, he fears to get your question, so he prefers to go. I understand that this question is directed to me as well. As Space Commander right now, any direct military interest in going to Mars is nil. But if we are going back on Mars, it will create security problems, and those security problems will be given to the force or the people, the organization that can make sure that, that will enforce the rules for humanity. Make sure that things are even for all the users, all the explorers, etc. And that's where probably the military will have additional roles. But right now they are not completely defined. And if I compare between France and other nations, for example, France right now, our action as Space Command is really limited to the Earth orbits, when I think China and the US, for example, are really looking at policing the cislunar orbits as well, and are already thinking about all the trajectories towards Mars. But even the cislunar, around the moon and from Earth to moon orbits and trajectories are not really in our field of view yet, but they are for some nations.
Another one? Yes. Wait a minute. Extending the question to the moon.
Yes, I said this morning that the risk is to transfer the issues or the conflict reasons on Earth in outer space, on the moon, or on Mars. And if we examine what is happening on Earth, we have conflicts because we have territory issues, because we have economic interest, etc., influence. So we can imagine on the other planets we can reproduce the same context, and to justify to have also military activities also in outer space.
And on the question about our interest on the moon, it's very similar to Mars. Not really now, but we understand it can come quickly. The Outer Space Treaty is saying that the moon and our outer objects don't belong to anybody, and nobody can claim them. But of course, if you settle a human colony somewhere, it will have a flag, and that will create problems, and that will become our problems. But right now, the interest of going to the moon and drill things for our military usage, I don't know. If that can help the industry, maybe, to provide us cheaper equipment, yes, that's a very good idea. I'm not really sure it will be cheaper. Thales is saying no.
It's okay. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Okay, thank you for this lecture, and thank you everyone for sharing your knowledge about the space domain. So the first day of the seminar is now over, and to the attention of the first year cadet and the different delegation, there is an icebreaker at 7, so you can leave your uniform and come in casual clothes. And thank you everyone.